test for the judges' mic. Check 1, 2, 2, 2, 2.
Attention in the barn. John Fisher, please bring your mic to the stage. John Fisher, please bring your mic to the stage.
Check 1, 2, check 1, 2. Start. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming this morning. We're about to get this show started. But first, if you would please rise and remove all headgear for the singing of our national anthem performed by Miss Gabby Walters.
You ready? Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the NAJRAE 2021 Percentage Heifer Show. We're going to go ahead and get started with Class 1, February heifers, looking for 2 entries. Exhibitor number 417, Alan Wente from Alhambra, Illinois, and number 418, Barrett Allen from Ardmore, Oklahoma.
Well, good morning, everybody. What a pleasure of mine to be here at this year's Red Angus Junior National, and what a pleasure to be here in Lebanon, Tennessee. Great facility, great show ring, and you guys have just done an awesome job setting this ring up. And I've judged down here a couple times, and the way they set this ring up, this is just perfect because you can see both ways, and I am pretty pumped today. But really a nice pair of heifers, folks. And honestly, it really depends on your priorities and preferences and how you're going to place cattle and what you're looking for. Because, you know, you may say this is an easy pair, and I think you could easily swap this pair depending on what you're looking for. But, you know, this is a tough pair, and they're contrasting in type. And let me see if I can tell you what I see and if you agree or disagree, but that's your own preference today. I think the heifer we're going to start with, folks, is really complete. I think she's a moderate-sized, deep-bodied, easy-doing female. I think in terms of rib shape and depth of body and squareness of hip and hind leg, I really like this female. She lays into that shoulder really, really nice, and she's just a really nice, complete female. Now, when you start comparing her to the heifer in second, you can maybe see her with a little more power, maybe a little more grow, but you like the parts and pieces, and she is really smooth from the point of that shoulder back in terms of depth of body and depth of rib and soundness and structure. Just a really nice baby to start the class. The big, stout, powerful heifer is standing in second, just in terms from the ground up and bone size and foot size and the way she moves. I like the pattern of this female. Here's a female that has a little extra grow. She has a little extra mass and muscle and shape in her top and her hip and her hind leg. What you'd like to change about her compared to ideal is just soften her up just a little bit. Just soften her up, see just a little more flank in this female, but at the same time still a sound, functional, big-bodied or big-top heifer that has some shape, has some muscle. Young man does a really nice job. So really nice pair of females to start your show off with this morning.
All right, your placings in Class 1. Second place goes to entry number 418, Barrett Allen from Ardmore, Oklahoma. At first place, winner of your class goes to 417, Allen Went from Alhambra, Illinois. Entering into the ring now is Class 2 winner calves with entry number 419, Clint Harrington from Nowata, Oklahoma, and 423, Callie Hicks from Midway, Kentucky.
Another nice pair of fall heifers out here, folks. A little difference in performance out here, but the heifer we're going to start with just a powerhouse in terms of just quality and balance and the way she's made. And she's so smooth design in her top and her hip and her hind legs. She has some power and some width and base when you get behind this female. Really nice outer shoulder and her front 1/3. Young lady does a really nice job with that one, presenting her. Just really a nice heifer to start off with. The heifer in second, just in terms of sheer quality and balance and the way she's made, is pretty nice. She's nice outer shoulder. She's nice out that top and hip. She does have some shape of muscle. I think when you start comparing her to the heifer in first, she just gets outpowered and oversized. You just like to see a little more performance in this female. But here's a heifer that's designed quite well. Really a nice pair of females in that class.
Your placings in Class 2, winter calves. Second place goes to entry number 419, Clint Harrington from Nowata, Oklahoma. In first place, winner of your class goes to entry number 423, Callie Hicks from Midway, Kentucky. Entering the ring now will be a single entry. Entry number 426, Colt Illingworth from Funk, Nebraska. Senior calves. And just a reminder, we will be taking a quick picture break after the championship drive.
Single entry female out here, folks. Here's an October senior calf that's designed really nice. I think when you start analyzing these females from the ground up, just in terms of foot size and bone and substance and mobility, you really like this one. She moves really nice. She covers her tracks. She takes a long, easy stride. She's long-bodied and long spined. She has some shape of muscle when you get behind this heifer. She has some turn to her top, and that muscle carries that lower quarter. I think, as I said in a couple of other earlier classes, you know, if you were to change this one compared to the ideal, you might just soften her up just a little bit, add a little more rib shape, add a little more flank, add some flesh and ability. But design-wise and type and kind of movement, you really like this one. Young man does a nice job.
And that was Class 3 senior calves. Entering the ring now is Class 4 summer yearlings. Looking for entry number 429, Cass Kleeman from Bramer, Missouri. 430, Morgan Jackson from Kaufman, Texas. 432, Noah Summers from Gibbon, Nebraska. Number 433, Noah Summers from Gibbon, Nebraska. Number 434, Skylar Summers from Gibbon, Nebraska. And number 435, Skylar Summers from Gibbon, Nebraska. And I would like to take this time to introduce our judge today, Mr. Tim Fitzgerald. Tim Fitzgerald was raised on a 17,000-acre ranch in western Nebraska with a cow herd consisting of 500 registered Angus cattle. He graduated from Oklahoma State University with an animal science degree and a minor in business. During his time at OSU, he was a member of the national champion livestock judging team, the world champion quarter horse judging team, and the meat judging team. After college, Tim accepted a position at the Whitestone Farm in Audi, Virginia, and specialized in show and sell cattle for 10 years. He then took a manager position for a short term of 4 years in West Virginia at Fox Cross Farm before landing a general management job outside Philadelphia at Cherry Knoll Farm. April of 2020, Tim embarked on a new venture in Sullivan, Indiana, starting Ferry Fitzgerald, a registered Angus and Simmental herd focusing on raising show heifers. Recently, the farm raised the 2021 American Royal Champion Angus heifer in Kansas City. In the past 15 years, Tim has led 9 Angus heifers to the elite status of ROV Show Heifer of the Year. In addition to these great accomplishments, in 2002 and 2003, one heifer made history in the Angus breed, claiming back-to-back titles. Tim has had the honor of judging many national shows from coast to coast, including the National Western, North American, American Royal, Atlantic National, Fort Worth, Houston, San Antonio, and numerous stock shows around the country. Please join me in giving Judge Tim Fitzgerald a nice welcome.
Well, folks, really a nice class of summer yearling females out here, and a lot of quality and soundness and nice structured cattle from top to bottom. Heifer, we're going to start with, folks, just in terms of sheer cow power and soundness and mobility. I really like this one. In terms of cowiness and broodiness and depth of body and overall fleshing ability from her first rib back, she's so nice in that first rib and carries that back in that flank, and her hip and hind leg is so nice, and she's loose made, and she's nice structured, and she's sound, and she covers her track, and you like the angulation off both ends. Where if you were to get picky on this female, you can maybe pretty her up just a touch and maybe add just a hair of femininity, but she's so powerful from that shoulder back and smooth in her design. Young lady does a really, really nice job with this one. The next heifer that closely follows her is a heifer in second. Here's a heifer again. You like the sharpness about her. She's smooth in her top and beautiful in that hip and hind leg. On the standstill, she has some rib shape, and she has some width of base, and she has some muscle when you get behind this one. Compared to the ideal, she may get just a little straighter in that shoulder, and you like to change angulation of that front 1/3, but the young man does a really nice job setting this one up. He gets her square, he gets her set, just really a nice pair of heifers to start off with. I think the heifer in third closely follows the type and the mass, and the body is the first two in terms of cowiness and broodiness. She has some muscle to her, and she has some width of base. She's really sound and functional on her feet and legs. Compared to the top two, you might want to just tone that shoulder down just a touch, maybe add a little more femininity to that shoulder and that front 1/3, but at the same time, she's sound and good-footed and nice structured. Again, the young lady does a nice job. The young man's heifer in fourth, here's a heifer that's really designed nice. She's really square and nice out that hip and that hind leg. She's sound and functional. I think if you were to change this one, you just give her a little more body and soften her up. The next pair of heifers, I think it's relatively close. A heifer in front, just a little sounder. You like the angulations just a little more in her front 1/3 and her hip. She has some body, she has some shape, she has some muscle. You might pretty her up, add a little quality about that head and neck region. The next heifer behind her, here's a heifer that's sound and nice structured. She's really good on her feet and legs. She takes a big, long, easy stride. You just like to add a little quality, maybe change that shoulder hair, but a really nice, sound, moving class of summer yearling females.
Your placings in Class 4 Summer Yearlings. In sixth place, entry number 433, Noah Summers from Gibson, Nebraska. Fifth place, number 432, Noah Summers from Gibson, Nebraska. Fourth place goes to 434, Skylar Summers from Gibson, Nebraska. Third place goes to 435, Skylar Summers from Gibson, Nebraska. Second place, 429, Cass Kleeman from Bramer, Missouri. In first place and winner of your class, entry number 430, Morgan Jackson from Kaufman, Texas. Coming into the ring now is Class 5, April Spring Yearlings. Looking for entry number 436, Canyon Palugi from Lincoln, Nebraska. Number 437, Brett Sarton from Stratford, Missouri. And number 438, Ross Gilbert from Leroy, Kansas. I am pleased to mention that Wall is the exclusive clipper of NAJ RAE. Keep in mind that each division champion will receive a brand new set of Wall clippers. Sullivan Supply is providing us with blade pouches for our reserve champion division winners. And also, in addition, the NAJ RAE Junior Board has given us a gift of belt buckles for your champion and reserve. Thank you to those sponsors.
Kind of to start your junior yearling division off, or age groups off, folks, there's a really nice class of April yearling females out here. And folks, there's a little give and take in this trio of heifers out here. And I'll kind of tell you what I see. The heifer we're going to start with, just in terms of freshness and the way she's made and mobility, I really like this female. She's really designed nice from the point of that shoulder forward, the way her shoulder lays into that front 1/3, the freshness and design of that neck, the way she ties into that shoulder and her head and neck. You really like that about her, and that's how she excels in this trio of females. You get behind this female, and you see some width, and you see some shape, and you see some muscle as well. You know, I think when you start comparing her to the ideal, you can maybe just loosen up that hip just a hair, but that's getting pretty picky, because a heifer that's designed really nice, you like her pattern, you like the quality. Young man does a nice job with this female. The next heifer the youngster has, here's a heifer that just has cowiness and broodiness written all over. From the point of her shoulder back, you just love the depth in her forerib and her flank and the design of top and hip and hind leg. She's sound and functional on her feet and legs. She takes a long, easy stride. I think where you'd like to change her when you start comparing to the heifer in front of her is she gets a little bolder in that shoulder. She's carrying a little extra condition off that front 1/3, and you just like to freshen her up, add a little femininity to this female. But a heifer from the point of that shoulder back, you just love the cowiness and broodiness, and with the base when the heifer moves out of the ring, young man does a nice job. Here's a heifer in third. You like the design of this female. She's true in her top. She's nice in her hip. She's designed really nice from the point of that shoulder back. Definitely a heifer that might get just a little tense, a little more restricted in her movement off her hind wheels. You just like to loosen her up in that top and that hip, and from the ground up, when you compare to the heifers in front of her, maybe give her a little more substance and bone. But a heifer that has the design and quality about her top and hip and her front end that's really nice. Really a nice trio of April yearling females.
Your placings in Class 5, April Spring Yearlings. In third place, 437, Brett Sarton from Stratford, Missouri. Second place, 436, Canyon Palugi from Lincoln, Nebraska. And first place, winner of your class is entry number 438, Ross Gilbert from Leroy, Kansas. Coming into the ring now is a single entry exhibited by Ms. Holly Thomas from Gatesville, Texas.
folks. In terms of just design and quality and the way she's made, it just has a beautiful uniqueness about her, the way she ties in that head and neck and the femininity she shows, and then the smoothness of top and hip, and the way her hip rolls down to that quarter and stifle is just really nice. I think, ideally you can maybe add a little more body and belly to this female, but in terms of mobility and structure and quality and balance, young lady does a really nice job with a really nice high quality female. Heifer.
Your Class 7 winner was a single entry, number 440, Nikki Adolph from Mount Carroll, Illinois. Coming into the ring now is Class 8, January Junior Yearlings, with entry number 441, Luke Yorkland from Henning, Minnesota. 442, Cody Moore from Fountain Run, Kentucky. Number 443, Megan Brown from Greenville, Texas. 444, Trey Ladner from Sebastopol, Mississippi. 445, Clint Harrington from Nowata, Oklahoma. 446, Grace Anderson from Sioux Rapids, Iowa. And 447, Carly Shooter from Frankton, Indiana. And please keep in mind there will be a 5 to 10 minute break after the percentage show for pictures. Also, please, if you need to clean your trailers out, do not do it in the lots. If you have to clean your trailer out, please do it where permitted in the pits. Do not clean them out in the parking lot or around the barns. Thank you. Or tie outs. Thank you.
What a nice class of junior yearlings, folks, from top to bottom. Even the lower place heifers, folks, are just so nice on their feet and legs and so clean to look at. It's really a nice class depth-wise from top to bottom. And I think, when you're judging this class, I think there's a little give and take in this top end, the middle end, and the lower part of the class. But, folks, just in terms of sheer soundness and mobility and depth of body and cowiness and broodiness, I really like the heifer I'm starting with. Just so good on her feet and legs. When you start analyzing her from the ground up, foot size and bone and substance and flexibility and movement, comes to the top pretty easy. You like the angulations off both ends and her shoulder and her hip and hind legs. She's got a big old hip. She's wide base. She's wide tracking. You like the fleshing ability of this female when you analyze her from the side profile. Where you'd like to change her maybe a little bit or get a little critical. You'd like to freshen her up. You'd like to get rid of some of that skin on that front 1/3 and just freshen that neck up. But from her shoulder back, boy, she is nice, and she's big-bodied and cowiness. Young man does a nice job. The heifer that's in second in class, folks, just in terms of sheer quality and the way she's made and cleanliness and freshness, I really like this female. She's so nice and unique in the squareness of her top and her hip and her hind leg. She's long-bodied. She's beautiful from the point of that shoulder forward, out that top of that neck, the way she holds her head. A heifer like this, and she gets just a touch straighter off both ends, but boy, she has some flexibility and she has some nice movement to her, and she gets off and takes a nice easy stride. You'd think she'd be a little more restricted than she is, but she's not. She's designed nice in her movement. you'd just like to see a little more body for her size and just soften her up just a little bit compared to the heifer in front of her. From the stand, the Baldy heifer, the red heifer in third is just beautiful made. You like the design and shape and rib shape and shape in her hip and her hind leg. You know, she has some substance and power from the ground up. She's designed nice in that shoulder and front 1/3. You know, where you'd simply like to change her is her movement. I think she gets a little more restricted in that top. She gets a little more tighter in that hip and hind leg, and you just like to loosen that up and see her move around the ring a little looser in her movement. But from standstill and design, you really like the way that one's made. I think the heifer in fourth closely follows our top three in terms of just quality and balance and freshness. She's designed really nice in her movement. She takes a big, long, easy stride. She has some flexibility off both ends. Here's a heifer as well. Has some shape when you get behind her. You know, again, you just like to pull down that forerib just a touch and just balance her out just a hair more. But again, the young man does a nice job with that heifer. The white heifer behind her, in terms of moderation of her size, you like the cowiness and broodiness. She is big-bodied and big-barreled. She has some width and dimension. When you get behind this female, she gets just a little plainer in her front 1/3. You'd like to change that brisket a hair, just clean that up. But a heifer from the point of her shoulder back, just in terms of just ruggedness and cowiness and broodiness, I really like that female. As in the next heifer behind her, a little more moderate, but has some mass, has some shape, has some muscle. Gets just a little plainer in that front 1/3 and pushes that shoulder out just a hair. You'd like to freshen her up just a touch. The next heifer on the stand still, folks, and just in terms of quality and balance in the way she's made, I like the design in this female. You know, she probably has as much shape and red meat as we've seen throughout the morning so far. She gets a little more restricted in her movement. She gets a little tighter in the way she's made. You'd like to loosen her up, but a heifer on the stand's really nice class of junior yearling females from top to bottom.
Your placings in Class 8 January Junior Yearlings, starting with 7th place, going to entry number 446, Grace Anderson from Sioux Rapids, Iowa. 5th place goes to entry number 444, Trey Ladner from Sebastopol, Mississippi. 4th place goes to 442, Cody Moore from Fountain Run, Kentucky. 3rd place goes to 447, Carly Shooter from Frankton, Indiana. 2nd place goes to 443, Megan Brown from Greenville, Texas. 1st place and winner of your class goes to 441, Luke Yorkland from Henning, Minnesota. In the ring now is your division championship with entry number 417, Alan Wendt from Alhambra, Illinois. Number 423, Callie Hicks from Midway, Kentucky. Number 426, Colt Illingworth from Funk, Nebraska. Number 430, Morgan Jackson from Kaufman, Texas. Number 438, Ross Gilbert from Leroy, Kansas. Number 439, Holly Thomas from Gatesville, Texas. Number 440, Nikki Adolph from Mount Carroll, Illinois. And number 441, Luke Yorkland from Henning, Minnesota. And while the judge is selecting your division champion, I would like to take this time to recognize our ring help today. Your newest NAJ RAE board members, Callie Stubbs and Gabby Walters, as well as your JRA board members, Mr. Isaac Burke and Andrea Rutledge. And also, we are fortunate to have both of our royalty, Queen and Princess, handing out awards today. Your Queen, Miss Emma Anderson, and your Princess, Alyssa Meyer.
Well, folks, really nice way to start your morning off at your national junior show, and quite a nice division or champion lineup out here in your red show, folks. You know, sometimes when you get out and judge a show, you want to make them just as similar and cookie cutter as you can, but I think when you look at this lineup, sometimes you just can't do that. But you just pick good cattle, and good cattle start at the ground and the way they move and mobility and structure. And when I evaluate, it don't matter if it's a heifer show or a steer show, folks, they got to be good footed, they got to be sound, they got to be able to move, because you just have way less problems with cattle when they can move and get out and get to the feed bunk or get to the water bucket or get to the back of the pasture. It just makes your world, your life just so much simpler. So I think when you look at this lineup out here, folks, you definitely see cattle that are just so sound and nice structured, and the mobility is in them is just impeccable. I think that's what we have to do as breeders and show people, is just make sure these cattle are sound. But I think when you look at this group of cattle, these cattle, these heifers out here, they have some performance, they have some type and kind, and they have some grow in them. That I think that's what we're trying to get in these cattle, to excel. And you see some quality and balance about these females out here, but then you see some femininity. You see some heifers that are designed quite nice and designed in their shoulder and their tops and hip, but then you see some cow power out here too. And when you get done showing these heifers for a year and a half, you have to take them home and introduce them to the real world. And, they need to have some mothering instincts and some body and some fleshing ability, so it doesn't break the bank when you maintain and feed them. And I think that's what it's all about at the end of the game, folks. So such a nice set of females out here, and yeah, they may look a little different in type and kind, but you see a lot of good high quality females out here that are structurally correct, and heifers that have some body and some mass. Folks, we're going to move pretty briskly through the day because it's going to get hot, and a lot of us can handle heat, but not a lot of us can handle the humidity it's going to get today. So without further ado, folks, let's give the exhibitors such a nice round of applause, having a great set of females out here, and I'll pick your two champions.
Your grand champion division winner goes to entry number 430, Morgan Jackson from Kaufman, Texas. And your reserve champion goes to entry number 423, Callie Hicks from Midway, Kentucky. Please keep in mind we will have a brief 5 to 10 minute break before entering into the next set of classes for pictures. As classes resume here shortly, please be looking around the ring. You'll notice people with cameras in their hands. That is Legacy Livestock. We are blessed to have them with us, taking pictures of all of our exhibitors and everything we've done this week. Starting with Class 1 is this. All right, we're ready to get started with Class 1 of our own show. This is April Calves with a single entry exhibited by entry number 449, Lydia Grace Brown from Raymer, Alabama.
Just a single entry female out here, folks, to start your Red Angus show off with. Really a nice heifer calf that's designed really nice. Sound and really nice structured. Super good on her feet and legs. Young lady's doing a nice job. Here's a heifer that has some grow, has some length, has some spine to her. Young lady's going to have quite a bright future with this one. Nice individual entry.
Once again, that was a single entry in Class 1 of April Calves, exhibited by number 449, Lydia Grace Brown from Raymer, Alabama. Entering into the ring now is Class 2 March Calves. Coming in first is entry number 451, Tate Lynn from Rushford, Minnesota. And following behind him is 452, Walter Steely from Sabree, Kentucky.
Well, folks, really nice pair of March heifer calves out here, and you got to remember these babies are only 3 months old, and there's a little give and take, and I think it depends on how you're going to place cattle today to determine this pair. I think the heifer we're going to start with, folks, you'd just like to see a little more performance in her, but I'll tell you what, folks, in terms of quality and balance and the way she's made and design of front end and top and hip, I think she's awfully good. Of course, you'd just like to see her a little bigger and have a little more grow compared to the heifer in second, but at the same time, in terms of just the way she's made, design, and movement, I really like the quality of that one. The heifer in second, here's a heifer you like the power. You like the performance. You like the grow in this female. She does have some shape and turn when you get behind this heifer. So you like the structure and soundness. You'd like to balance her out just a little better, I think, for her size, just soften her down, but take away a little bit of that shoulder and that front end and add a little femininity, but a really nice pair of heifer calves.
Your placings in Class 2 of March Calves. Starting with second place, going to 452, Walter Steely from Sabree, Kentucky. In first place, winner of your class, 451, Tate Lynn from Rushford, Minnesota. Coming back into the ring now is your Division I championship with entry number 449, Lydia Grace Brown from Raymer, Alabama, and 451, Tate Lynn from Rushford, Minnesota.
In your first division, folks, really a nice trio of females out here of March and April heifer calves. You know, these babies are really, really young, and they're only a couple months old. But I think when you look into these heifers and analyze them and just in terms of quality and balance and the way they're made, and they have some grow and they have some performance, but at the same time they have some eye appeal and nice on their feet and legs and good structured, I think that's really important at an early starting age. Folks, let's give this first division a really nice round of applause. I'll pick your two champions out of this.
Your Division I reserve champion goes to entry number 451, Tate Lynn from Rushford, Minnesota. And your Division I grand champion goes to entry number 449, Lydia Grace Brown from Raymer, Alabama. To kick off Division II, we have two entries in Class 4 of February calves, starting with entry number 454, Haley Johnson from Winchester, Kentucky, followed by 458, Addison Vowell from Forest, Mississippi.
Well, folks, really nice class of February heifer calves out here, and I think when you start analyzing them in terms of just quality and balance and the way they're made, I think you like both these females out here. I think the dark red one, just in terms of power and stoutness, I think she excels the pair. Sound and so good on her feet and legs. In terms of design-wise and body and belly and fleshing ability, I really like that one we're starting with. Just beautiful made and has the right parts and pieces and has some performance on top of that. Just really a nice baby for the young lady. The heifer in second, folks, is really, really nice. In terms of quality and balance and the way she moves and structure is just superior. She's loose strided, she's loose structured, she's nice design in her top and her hip. I think when you start comparing her to the heifer in front, she maybe has just a little more brisket to her and pushes that shoulder a hair, and you maybe just stouten her bone up just a hair compared to the ideal, but a heifer that's designed really nice in terms of soundness and structure. Really a nice pair of heifer calves.
Your placings in Class 4, starting with second place, 454 Haley Johnson from Winchester, Kentucky. In first place, winner of your class is 458 Addison Val from Forest, Mississippi. Entering into the ring now is Class 5 January calves, starting with 461 Addison Val from Forest, Mississippi. 462 Brooke Rickey from Whiteford, Maryland. 463 Owen Toller from Perkins, Oklahoma. 465 Jaden Johnson from Blossom, Texas. And 466 Nathan Kemp from Loganville, Georgia. And also, please keep in mind that there will be no loading out until the conclusion of the show. And while the judge is making his selections for Class 5, I would just like to reiterate that Wall is the exclusive clipper of NAJRAE. Each division champion will receive a brand new set of Wall clippers, and Sullivan Supply is the sponsor for our reserve champion division winners. They will receive a clipper blade pouch. In addition, the NAJRAE Junior Board will be giving as a gift a belt buckle to your champion and reserve winners for the divisions.
Well, folks, really nice class of heifer calves from top to bottom. I think there's a really nice one we're going to start off with, just in terms of overall grow and performance and body and mass and structure. I think she excels in this class. Here's a heifer that has a little more grow and performance, but the design of this female is really, really nice. She's so sound and functional on her feet and legs, and she's loose designed in that top and that hip and that hind leg. Young man does a really nice job with her. She's just so smooth from head to tail and has that extra body mass and shape and kind. I think anyone along ringside would definitely enjoy to evaluate. I think the heifer in second's the closest thing to her in terms of just sheer quality and balance about her way she's made. You just love the design of her front shoulder and the angulation and the femininity she has. But then at the same time, you get behind this female, and she has some shape to her top and her hip and hind leg. She's designed really nice from the ground up in terms of foot size and foot structure and mobility. I just really like the way she moves as well. You compare her to the heifer in first, and she's maybe not quite ready yet, but she has the correct pieces. And in terms of design and quality, I really like that female. As in the next female, in terms of quality and balance and the way she is in her front 1/3, just beautiful necked and the way she lays into that shoulder and front 1/3. I like the freshness, the design of her front end. You know, she has some shape and she has some body. I think if you were to just smooth her up just a little bit, maybe loosen her up in her attitude and just let her walk a little freer and with a little more fluidity in her movement, I think you'd like her even better. She's a little tense out here in the show ring, and I think when she relaxes and get her to more shows, I think she'll act just a little better. But here's a heifer that in terms of quality and design is really, really nice. kind of a big, stout, powerful bodied female that's in fourth in terms of just cowiness and broodiness and overall body. You really like this female. She shows me a lot of fleshing ability in that forerib, which carries back in that flank. You love the rib shape, but you love the depth of body that this female has. Sound and practical in her movement. She carries a little extra condition for me today. You just simply like to freshen her up in that shoulder and that front 1/3. The next heifer the young man has, here's a heifer that's designed really nice in terms of balance and the way she's made in her top and her hip. You like the design from her hooks down as well. She has some shape. She has some muscle. I think for her size compared to the rest of the class, you just simply like to soften her up, add a little fleshing ability, add a little broodiness to the female, but at the same time, a heifer that's designed quite well. Really nice class of heifer calves from top to bottom.
Your placings for Class 5 January calves, starting with fifth place, goes to entry number 463, Owen Toller from Perkins, Oklahoma. Fourth place going to 466, Nathan Camp from Loganville, Georgia. Third place goes to 462, Brooke Rickey from Whiteford, Maryland. Second place goes to 461, Addison Val from Forest, Mississippi. In first place, winner of your class, 465, Jaden Johnson from Blossom, Texas. Coming back into the ring now is your Division II championship. Your exhibitors in the division championship are number 458, Addison Val from Forest, Mississippi, and 465, Jaden Johnson from Blossom, Texas.
In your second division, folks, of your purebred show, really a nice pair of high-quality class winners out here, just in terms of design and functionality and movement. I think they're really, really good. The heifer calf that won the first class, folks, in this division, is in terms of design and the way she's made is really nice. Modern in her frame size. She's beautiful made in that front 1/3 and that shoulder. You like the way her hip and her hind leg just follows down into some power on the move. She's really sound and functional. on the move, she does have a tendency just to get a tick higher in her top, and she gets a little more tighter in that forerib. On the stand, she relaxes just a touch, and she looks better. But I think as time comes and the more time she gets in the ring and the more relaxed she's going to be, I think she's going to have quite a bright future for the young lady. Really a big, stout, powerful January heifer that won the second class in this division. Here's a heifer where she really excels in this lineup is simply moving. I think in terms of structural correctness and looseness of pattern and design in her top and her hip is just really, really nice. She gets out and takes a big old long easy stride, and she's loose in her structure, and she's nice on her feet and legs. She has some extra grow. She has some extra performance in terms of smoothness and quality. You just love her top and her hip and her hind leg. The angles are correct off both ends. Young man does a really nice job. So, folks, you got two really nice females out here, a little different in type and kind, but both really, really good. Let's give all the exhibitors a nice round of applause in this division while pick champion reserve.
Your Division II Reserve Champion goes to entry number 458, Addison Vowell from Forest, Mississippi. And your Division II Champion goes to entry number 465 from Jaden Johnson from Blossom, Texas. Coming into the ring now is Class 7A Winter Calves with entries number 467, Colton Jones from Moundville, Missouri. 468, Jonas Avell from Oxford, Arkansas. 469, Brooke Rickey from Whiteford, Maryland. 470, Preston Hartman from Tecumseh, Nebraska. 471, Ansley Brown from Raymer, Alabama. 472, Charlie Barnes from Jonesboro, Arkansas. 473, Clint Harrington from Nowata, Oklahoma. 474, Aaron Brown from Jackson, Missouri. 475, Madison Fisher from Hempstead, Texas. And 477, Arden Kildo from Bolivarville, North Carolina.
What a powerhouse of a class, folks. Usually when you get to these Decembers, it's just, there's not very many of them, and it's a little weak, and boy, you just don't see a lot of power. But boy, I tell you what, the top end of this class, these top 4, 5, 6, 7 females, I think are awfully good from top to bottom. Really unique heifer we're going to start with, folks, just in terms of quality and balance and the way she's made and the smoothness of design of her head and neck and shoulder and top is rather unique. And, you know, she's so nice in her shoulder and that front 1/3, and she shows so much femininity and ladylike appearance, but then at the same time you get behind her and she's got some shape and some width and dimension in that top and that quarter, and in terms of movement and mobility and feet and legs, boy, she is nice structured and sound in her movement and can get around the ring really easy. I think, you know, ideally you could maybe soften her up a hair, but boy, for the parts that she has are just so unique and so nice and ladylike and freshest and clean, and you just a nice baby to start with. I think the power is standing in second just from her shoulder back, folks. She shows me so much cowiness and broodiness and depth in that forerib, which carries back, and a big old powerful hip in her hind leg, and she's sound and awesome structured from the ground up. I think if you were to tweak this one when you start comparing her to the heifer and first, you just like to pull the point of that shoulder back just a little bit and flatten it out, but then add some femininity and quality to that front end. But from that first rib back, boy, is she good and powerful. As in the next pair of heifers, I think they have that uniqueness to them and stoutness and power and broodiness to them. The heifer in third, you just like to grow in the performance in the female. Again, you just like to maybe pretty her up just a touch, but a heifer that has worlds of body and volume to her. The next heifer the young lady has, here's a heifer that's really smooth designed. She's beautiful designed in her top and her hip. She's sound and nice structured, and she's nice. She ties nice from the point of her shoulder, top of her shoulder, forward and back. And, you know, compared to the top 3 heifers, you just like to stouten her up, maybe widen her up when you get behind this female. But the young lady does an exceptional job on the halter with her. The next heifer, you just like the quality and balance of this female. She's beautiful in her head and neck, and she's nice in that top design and that hip shape. And as she carries down to that, the structure of the female is really good. You'd like to see a little more body to this female, just soften her up a hair compared to the top end. The next heifer, again, has some shape, has some body. You just like to tweak her and maybe add a little angulation off both ends. She pushes that shoulder just a hair, gets a little straighter. The next heifer in lineup, I think she has some grow and some mass and some body. Again, she gets just a little straighter, pushes that shoulder. You'd like to loosen her up just a hair in that structure as well. The next heifer behind her, and just in terms of quality and balance, you like the design of this female, you like the way she's made, you just like to see a little more of her, add a little more performance to the heifer. The next heifer at the end of the class, you like the quality and balance about the female, you just like to see a little bigger and stouter and have a little more grow in her. But a really nice class of Decembers from top to bottom.
Thank you, Tim. Entering the ring will be Class 8B. Entry 478, Audrey Bear of Brighton, Illinois. Entry 479, Jolie Hardy of Madison, Texas. Entry 480, Laney Bowman of Shiner, Texas. Entry 481, Lillian Bowling of Sheldon, Missouri. And entry 433, White Coffee of Pawnee, Oklahoma. Entry 482, Mara Turner of Mahomet, Illinois. Entry 483, Alyssa Meyer of Clinton, Tennessee. And entry 486, Trip Berna of Stroud, Oklahoma. For Class 7A winter calves, your results were: in 9th place, 468, Jonas Sable. In 8th place, 471, Ansley Brown. In 7th place, 473, Clint Harrington. 6th place, 469, Brooke Rickey. 5th place, 467, Colton Jones. In 4th place, 475, Madison Fisher. In 3rd place, 477 of Arden Kildo. In 2nd place, 472, Charlie Barnes. In 1st place, entry 470, Mr. Preston Hartman of Tecumseh, Nebraska. If you're following along in your program today, that will go as entries are as placings 5-9, 6-1, 8-2, 7, scratch, 4-3. We want to take a moment today to recognize our judge today of the percentage heifer and own shows. That'll be Mr. Tim Fitzgerald. Tim was raised on a 17,000-acre ranch in western Nebraska with a cow herd consisting of 500 registered Angus cows. He graduated from OSU with an animal science degree and a minor in business. During his time at OSU, he was a member of the national champion livestock judging team. After college, Tim accepted a position at Whitestone Farm in Virginia and specialized in show and sell cattle for 10 years. He then took a manager position for a short term at Foxcross Farms in Virginia. Tim embarked on a new venture in Sullivan, Indiana, starring Faree Fitzgerald, a registered Angus and Simmental herd, focusing on raising show heifers. Recently, the farm raised the 2020 American Royal Champion Angus heifer in Kansas City. In the past 15 years, Tim has led 9 Angus heifers to the lead status of Roll of Victory Show Heifer of the Year. In addition to these great accomplishments, he has made multiple other national champion titles throughout his career. He is additionally judged at multiple national shows across the country, including the National Western, the North American, the Royal, the Atlantic National, Fort Worth, Houston, San Antonio, and many more. Let's put our hands together and welcome our percentage heifer and own female judge, Mr. Tim Fitzgerald.
Really nice class of fall babies out here, folks. And as we look at the pairs of this class and the top two heifers and then the heifers in third and fourth, and I think there's a little give and take in this class, but I think just in terms of design and looseness of structure and the mobility in this heifer, that's how she excels in this class. I think when you start comparing her to the heifer behind hers, she's just a little looser designed in that top and that hip and that hind leg, and she's a little nicer on her feet and legs and takes a little longer stride. You really like the angulation in that front 1/3 and the freshness of head and neck she possesses, but then, you know, she's got some power and she's got some shape. Young lady's doing just a really nice job with a very attentive heifer out here. Just really a nice place to start. When the young lady came in to stand in second, when I first saw this heifer parked, I thought, well, she's the class winner right there because she's pretty unique in the design of her body mass and her rib shape and her depth and her muscle and her shape of her hip is really nice. Her front end's really nice. The femininity she possesses and the up-headedness and the way she ties in from the point of her shoulder forward. You know, on the move was where you'd like to change her. She gets just a touch tense in that top. She gets just a hair more restricted, and if she just loosen up in that top design, I think you can switch them to, but a heifer on the stand just has a killer look to her and really a nice pair of heifers. The next pair of heifers, I think it's pretty close, and I think these two heifers you could easily flip-flop depending on your preferences and priorities. The heifer in third, in terms of design and top and hip, is really nice. She's really smooth in her joints. She's really smooth in her shoulder and her front 1/3 as well. You'd just like to power up just a touch compared to the heifer behind her, but a heifer that's designed really nice. The next heifer, the yellow heifer, lighter yellowed heifers, just have as much power and cowiness as you want. She gets just a little piecey design, and you just like to change her a hair. The next heifer the young lady has is in terms of quality and balance, and her top and her hip is really nice. Just like to see a little more body and cowiness to her. And the next heifers at the end of the class on the stand, they have some quality and they have some balance to them. You just like to change the structure and give them a little more angulation off both ends. But a really nice class of fall babies from top to bottom.
Thank you, Tim. Congratulations to Class 8B winner calves. Your 7th place calf went to 733 Wyatt Coffee. Your 6th place calf went to Lillian Bowman. Your 5th place calf went to 480 Laney Bowman. Your 4th place calf went to 482 Mara Turner. Your 3rd place calf went to 486 Trip Berna. Your 2nd place winner went to 479 Jolie Hardy. And your 1st place winner went to Miss Audrey Bear of Brighton, Illinois. Walking into the ring now, you will find Class 9C, entry 487, Mr. Braxton Switzer of Buckland, Missouri. 488, Jacob Bell of Friendship, Tennessee. 489 of Zachary Griffith of Justin, Texas. Entry 490, Molly Ralston of Shelbyville, Tennessee. Entry 491, Mr. Truett Toller of Perkins, Oklahoma. Entry 492, Miss Tiffany Watkins of Dade City, Florida. Entry 493, Barrett Allen of Ardmore, Oklahoma. Entry 494, Reagan Bostix of Pierre, Tennessee. Entry 496, Miss Allie Edwards of Belleville, North Carolina. Entry 497, Ford Lewis of Jacksboro, Texas. Entry 498, Miss Paris Van Dyke of Louisville, Illinois. Entry 499, Colin Walter of Elk City, Oklahoma. We also want to remind everyone, if you have a friend or a family member back home that would like to watch the show today, you can always go to liveauctions.tv, and our friends over here to our right, you can get logged in and you can watch the show today from anywhere throughout the country. Also, if you turn to the official program, You can find a QR code that you can immediately scan, and that'll take you right to the publication or right to the show. We want to take a moment to thank our cash sponsors and some of the sponsors today that have been willing to sponsor our class prizes, division prizes, and overall. Here at NAJRE, Wall is the official clipper, an exclusive clipper of NAJRE. Each division champion will receive a brand new set of Wall clippers and Sullivan Supply blade pouches. NAJRE champion and reserve buckles have also been donated by the NAJRE Junior Board.
Well, folks, super class of fall heifer calves out here, and I think when you start and look at the top end of this class and the middle and even the later part of this class, there's so much good in these cattle and so much quality and balance, and structure's really good, and boy, this breed's doing really, really good things. I think this trio of heifers, I think it's close. It's really close, and I think it comes down to, you know, just a personal preference and how much quality you're looking in an animal or how much power you want in an animal. But the heifer that we're going to start with, folks, I think she's really good. Just in terms of quality and balance and the way she's made and her top and her hip and just that front 1/3 and the quality of femininity she possesses from the point of that shoulder forward, I think it's really, really good. You know, you wouldn't think she'd be as flexible and as sound as she is, but when she gets out and moves, she just covers her track so good, and she's loose spine in the top, and that just carries down in her whole body, and she takes a big, long, easy stride, but she's so fresh and nice in that shoulder and head and neck, and young lady's doing a nice job with her as well. You know, compared to the ideal, I think you could maybe just see a little more of her if you want, and just power up a hair, but boy, is she high quality and good made and good looking. I think the power heifer's standing second. You know, when you look at this heifer from her first rib back, you just love the overall power and body and mass she has. She's as wide as anything in class and so good on her feet and legs, and structure-wise, she's just really nice, and she has some flex, and she has that correct give in them pasterns and that freshness to them joints. You know, compared to the ideal, they're heifer and first. You could tone that shoulder down just a hair and clean that front end up just a touch and add just a hair of femininity, but from the point of that shoulder back, as she is so cowy and broody, and the young man's doing a really nice job as well. Here's a nice heifer standing in third, folks. Here's a heifer that does have some body, and she does have some mass. So when you get behind her, I think you like the structure of this female, and you like the angulations of this heifer off both ends. You know, when you start comparing her to the top two females, she gets just a hair flatter in that side and that hip, but you know, you could put a little more shape in that lower quarter, but at the same time, the design of that female and the overall body is really, really good. Here's a nice heifer that's in fourth, really fresh, really nice in her body makeup. She's beautiful in her top and her hip and her hind leg. I think she just needs a little time. She just needs to power up a little bit and stouten up, but she has the pieces, and she's sound and awesome structured. From the stand, the next heifer I think is really nice. She's beautiful in her makeup and nice in her hip and her hind leg. You know, she's pushing the young lady around just a little bit today, but where you'd like to tweak her is just on the move a little bit. She tenses up in that top just a hair, and just loosen her up all through her body from her top down would do her wonders. And then I think you can move that one up, but she just gets a little tense, a little straighter. The young lady that has the next heifer, folks, I'll tell you what, and I don't know if y'all saw this or not, but the heifer knocked the young lady down, and this heifer just walked right over this young lady, and she was not stepped on at all. And Mom and Dad, if you're around, I'm sure you are, go buy a lottery ticket, because the good Lord's watching this one today, and that normally don't happen. But the young lady hang in there, and the good Lord's watching. But that's a nice heifer, sound and good structured, and has some body and mass. You just like to pretty her up just a hair. The next heifer the young man has, here's a hair that has some grow and some performance. She just gets a little flatter sided compared to the top end, but you like the quality and balance about this female. Big, stout, powerful heifer behind him. The lighter colored heifer has the pieces, has the parts. You just like to smooth her up just a touch in that shoulder and that heart, but she has the muscle and the power and the width that anybody would like. You like the broodiness and cow power in this female. I think the next three heifers, it's relatively close. Three heifers that have some quality and balance. You'd simply like to just stouten them up and power them up compared to the top end of the class, but a nice class from top to bottom, folks.
Thank you, Judge. Congratulations to our Class 9 Winter Calves winner. Entry 494, Reagan Bostick from Pure, Tennessee. Second class goes to entry 497, Ford Lewis from Jacksboro, Texas. Third goes to entry 491, Truett Toller from Perkins, Oklahoma. Fourth to entry 489, Zachary Griffith of Justin, Texas. Fifth goes to entry 498, Paris Van Dyke from Louisville, Illinois. Sixth in class goes to entry 496, Allie Edwards from Beulville, North Carolina. Seventh in class goes to entry 493, Barrett Allen of Ardmore, Oklahoma. Eighth in class goes to 499, Colin Walter of Elk City, Oklahoma. Ninth goes to 490, Molly Ralston of Shelbyville, Tennessee. 10th to entry 487, Braxton Switzer of Buckland, Missouri. And 11th in class goes to entry 492, Tiffany Watkins from Dade City, Florida. If you're following along in the program, placings go 10, scratch, 4, 9, 3, 11, 7, 1, 6, 2, 5, 8. Currently in the ring is Class 10A, Senior Calves.
Another nice class of falls, folks, from top to bottom. Really nice heifer we're going to start with in terms of just sheer power and mobility and structure and the way she hits the ground and her substance and power. Just really, really nice. Shows me some length of side and some length of top. She's relatively fresh in her makeup. Here's a heifer that has just a little extra power in her bone and her muscle in her top and her hip. Beautiful design in that hip and that hind leg as well. Young man's doing a really nice job. I think the next pair of heifers, it's relatively close, just in terms of soundness and no mobility. The heifer in second excels the next heifer in class. She's a little more mobile today. She's a little looser design in her structure and her top and her hip as well. Here's a heifer that has some length of spine and some length of top. You like the shape she has when you get behind her. I think compared to the ideal, you just want to pretty her up just a touch. She's pushing a little shoulder, just a touch in that front 1/3, but a heifer that's very sound and functional. The next heifer on the standstill, you just really like the quality about the female. She's just really smooth in that shoulder and front 1/3. Shows worlds of femininity and grow and power. Where you'd like to change her just a touch is on the move. She tends to tweak that rear back wheel a little bit. You just like to loosen her hip up quite a bit and watch her move around the ring, and then I think you can move her up a shade. But the next heifer the young man has in terms of just bone and foot and massive inner movement, you just really like it. You like the substance and power of this female. Again, you might want to just soften her up just a little bit, change the balance of this female, pull a little bit of that front end away from her. But she has some grow, she has some length, she has some muscle and shape when you get behind this female. The next heifer in lineup, just a little plainer in her design. You just like to change the front end, change the balance of this female, but she has some shape, she has some grow. The next heifer behind her, here's a heifer that's sound and nice on her feet and legs. She gets a little rounder off both ends, just add a little quality. I think the next pair of heifers, you see some quality, you see some kind you like, you just like to add a little more performance, grow, stouten them up, but a really nice class of females from top to bottom.
Your class winner from Class 10A goes to entry 509, Camden Fullwood of Roscoe, Texas, with JCL Dolly 036H. Second in class goes to entry 511, Jacob Presnell from Shelby, North Carolina. Third goes to entry 507 to Natalia Zender from Stanchfield, Minnesota. Fourth goes to entry 502, Clay Kennedy from Quanah, Texas. Fifth in class goes to entry 501, Miss Abby Patrick of Darlington, Maryland. Sixth goes to entry 500, Peyton Andrus from Manchester, Illinois. Seventh in class goes to 514, Miss Tegan DePorter of Eaton, Colorado. Eighth in class goes to entry 512, Miss Hallie Washer of Seabreed, Kentucky. If you're following along in the program, the placings go 5, 6, 4, scratch, 3, 1, 8, 2, 7. Currently in class is Class 11B, Senior Calves. At this time, we'd like to recognize a few of our class sponsors. The Kentucky-Tennessee Junior Red Angus Association, Man Ranch Cattle, the Mississippi Junior Red Angus Association, Montgomery Cattle, and Murray Hay and Cattle Co. We certainly appreciate our class sponsors as today they are receiving a engraved speaker box. If there are any junior exhibitors that would like to get their score sheets from the satellite contest that they participated in, we do have them up here. Chessie will be more than happy to help hand them out to you so you guys can get your placings and your judges' sheets back from the satellite contest. If you have any friends or family that were not able to make it to the show today but would still like to see the juniors exhibit, be sure to have them go to liveauctions.tv to be able to watch the broadcast live online.
Well, folks, really nice class of senior calves from top to bottom. And boy, even in the middle, the later part of this class, folks, these babies are just so good and structurally correct and high quality. And I think it really depends on what you're looking for. I think there's a few different ways you can go. I think, you know, some of these heifers in this class, they're a little further along in condition that you like. And you know, some could use a little more power, and I think if you take 10 judges out here, I think they could go 10 different ways, and you know, and I wouldn't disagree too much. But I think in terms of just freshness and quality and just structural correctness in the way this young lady moves out here, I just really like this heifer. And sure, we'd like to see her just a little stouter and have a little more shape to her, but at the same time, I think you get your hands on this female, and she's easily the skinniest thing out here, but she's so fresh designed in that shoulder and that front 1/3, and you know, you'd like to see just a little more shape, but you know, when she gets on the move, she takes a big, long, easy stride, and she's so flexible in her top design and her feet and legs, and just so fresh, and I think when it comes time for mom and dad or grandpa to start pushing this one, I think she's going to be awfully good. But she has the parts, and you could just stouten her up a hair, but boy, is she really, really good, and the young man's doing a really, really nice job. The next heifer, boy, is she ready to show today. And, you know, the first thing you'd like to take away from this heifer, and second, is just freshen her up. I think she's carrying too much condition, and she's just pushing that front end just a little bit out. But at the same time, you know, she's big-bodied and big-topped, and she's so powerfully ended. When you get behind this female, she has that body I like and that fleshing ability. You just like to freshen this one up, especially in that front shoulder and that front 1/3, and for her age. But I think she's awfully, awfully good. The next pair of heifers I switched at the end, and both really nice females and fresh and nice in their makeup and nice design. The heifer in third is so sound, structured, and great on her feet and legs. She takes a big, old, long, easy stride, and she has some flex in them joints and some cushion on them hooves from the ground up. You like to analyze the length of top and the length of hip the female has. I think compared to the ideals, the heifers in front, you just like to see a little more body for her size, but boy, is she really nice and sleek and high quality. As in the next heifer, you just love the way she ties in from the point of that shoulder forward and the top of her neck. She's beautiful design in that front 1/3, and she shows some length of design and some body and some top shape when you get behind her. You just like to soften her up, but the young man's doing just a really nice job on the lead on that one. The next heifer the young lady has, you just like to freshen her up just a touch and just balance that front end up just a hair, but a heifer that has some body and some mass and some shape when you get behind her, just like to freshen her up and just tweak the balance in this female. Big, stout, powerfully ended heifer behind her that has some shape of muscle and some shape to her top. Maybe change the front end. She pushes that shoulder out just a touch, maybe add a little angulation off that front end. Moderate size heifer behind her, and just you like the soundness and broodiness and with the base and with the mass she has. Again, just freshen her up for her age. She's pushing a little condition off that front shoulder, and you just like to freshen her up. I think the next trio of heifers, it's pretty similar. You see some quality and some balance and some type and kind. I think anyone along ringside would definitely like. You just like to add a little power, a little more with the base, but a really nice class of fall calves from top to bottom.
Thank you, Judge. In Class 11B, our class winner was entry 516, exhibited by Colby Sweeney of Perkins, Oklahoma, with KRRS She's on Fire 002. Second goes to entry 524, Gage Kildo of Bullville, North Carolina. Third in class goes to entry 517, Jacob Presnell of Shelby, North Carolina. Fourth in class goes to entry 520, Mr. Ray Duncan of Wingate, Indiana. Fifth goes to entry 518, Miss Reba Prather of Nancy, Kentucky. Sixth to entry 523, Walker Crank of Salem, Illinois. Seventh in class goes to entry 521, Madeline Ethington of Danville, Kentucky. Eighth goes to entry 525, Ella Troglin of Crossville, Tennessee. Ninth in Class 11B goes to entry 515, Mr. Connor Hidalgo of Amory, Mississippi. And 10th in class goes to entry 519, Mr. Nathan Camp of Loganville, Georgia. Now in the ring, we have Class 12C, Senior Calves. As the judge sorts through this class, I'd like to take a moment and say a thank you to our facility sponsor this year. Halliburton was kind enough to give us a $25,000 facility sponsorship for this year and next year. We also want to take a moment and thank the Tennessee Department of Ag for being our ground sponsor. The Southeast Red Angus Association has also been kind enough to be a gold sponsor this year, and we are very thankful to all of those who have given so much time and money to be able to put this junior show on.
Another nice class of fall heifer calves, folks, from top to bottom. A heifer we're going to start with kind of excels in this class in terms of just quality and balance and mobility and the way she's made. Just beautiful in her lines, and her top and her hip are just superb. And she travels out with just some ease and some fluidity in her motion, and she sets a nice foot down, and she has some angulation off both ends. Young man does a nice job. Just really a nice place to start off with. Power heifer that's in second in terms of just bone and substance from the ground up. You like the body mass. You like the shape when you get behind her. I think if you could tweak her just a little bit, you just pretty that shoulder and that front end up just a hair. But that's a nice heifer. She has some length and some strength to her top and some width the base when you get behind her. Young lady does a really nice job with that one. I think the next pair, it's relatively close. There's a little more quality in the heifer in third. She shows me a little more femininity and smoothness of shoulder and front end as the heifer behind her. Definitely you like the strength and length of her top. And I think compared to the ideal or compared to the top two, you could see her with a little more body and a little more flesh and ability, add a little cowiness to this female, but a heifer that's high quality and beautiful out her shoulder and her front 1/3. a Cowyer-looking female behind her in fourth. Here's a heifer that has some body mass and has some rib shape and has some fleshing ability. You just like to pretty her up on the stand and just pull a little bit of that shoulder away from her and just pretty her up in that brisket. But when you look at her from the point of that shoulder back, folks, boy, she is nice design and big top and big hipped, and young lady does a really nice job with that one. Here's a heifer, a dark red heifer behind her on the stand. You like the quality and balance about her type and kind and her top and her hip. She gets a little tighter structured. She gets a little tubular made. You just like to see a little more body and belly in this female. As in the next heifer, she's a little softer made. She's a little softer middled. You just like to stouten her up from the ground up in her bone structure, but a heifer that's sound and nice structured. I think the next pair of heifers in this class, there's a little give and take. The heifer in front has a little wider base. She's a little nicer in her structure. You'd like to see a little more quality to this female about her front end. The next heifer, you just like to change the structure. But a nice class of heifers from top to bottom.
Thank you, Judge. Placings in Class 12C. Your first place female is entry 530, exhibited by Ray Duncan of Wingate, Indiana, with 3 aces, Fiona 9030. Second in class goes to entry 535, Reagan Cray of Rush Springs, Oklahoma. Third in class goes to entry 532, Mr. Wyatt Banks of Cynthiana, Kentucky. Fourth in class goes to 537, Reba Prather of Nancy, Kentucky. Fifth to entry 533, Perry Andrus of Manchester, Illinois. Sixth in class goes to entry 540, Colton Lee of Clark Range, Tennessee. Seventh in Class 12C goes to entry 534, Molly Ralston of Shelbyville, Tennessee. Eighth in class goes to entry 527, Lachlan McGillis of Castellian Springs, Tennessee. If you're following along in the program, your placings go 8, scratch, scratch, 1, 3, 7, 5, 2, 4, 6. In class now is Class 13D, Senior Calves.
Another nice class of fall heifers from top to bottom, folks. A lot of power, a lot of performance in this class. Here's a nice heifer we're going to start off with, folks. Nice on her feet and legs and great structured. She comes out and takes a big old long easy stride. She has a little extra power in that forerib and that flank. You like the quality about both ends of this female. Nice in her shoulder, nice in her neck. Just really a nice place to start off with. I think the heifer in second's close thing to her in terms of power and structure and mobility. When you get behind this female, she's got some red meat in her. She's got some shape to her top, and she carries that to her lower quarter and stifle. Here's a heifer that's designed nice as well. I think, again, if you were to tweak on this one a little bit, boy, you just tighten up that fore brisket on her, but at the same time, from her point of her shoulder back, I like this one. Sound and nice structured. Young man does a nice job. The next pair of heifers I switched at the end. The heifer in third's just a little stouter hipped. She's a little smoother designed. I think on the move, you could tweak her movement just a touch, and she gets just a little straighter hipped. You'd like to give her a little more angulation off both ends, but in terms of design-wise and quality, she's really, really nice. The next heifer the young man has, here's a heifer that's sound and good structured. She takes a big old long, easy stride. I think a heifer has some shape and red meat in her when you get behind her. Compared to the top end, you might want to just balance her up just a touch, especially in that front 1/3. The next pair of heifers, I think it's relatively close. A heifer in front, just nice in her movement, nice in her foot size. She has some substance and power. You just like to widen her up, see a little more muscle shape when you get behind her. The big red heifer behind her, you love her body from her first rib back, and you love her growth and performance. You definitely like to add a little quality and femininity to that front 1/3 and the point of that shoulder forward. The next heifer, you just like to see her with a little more body, but she's nice on her feet and legs. She's long-bodied and she's fresh. The next female in line, folks, big, stout, powerful, cowy-looking female. You like the body, you like the mass. She's like to change that shoulder structure just a touch and freshen her up in that front 1/3. The next heifer, sound and nice structure, just like to see a little more body mass when you get behind her, as in the next female. I think she tucks underneath her, changes structure in her hip just a touch, but you like her design in her top, and she has some shape as well when you get behind her. Really nice class from top to bottom.
Congratulations to our Class 13D winner. Entry 548, Drew Blades of Midway, Kentucky, with TASF HB Miss Pride 203H. Second goes to entry 552, Caleb Williams of Fort Cobb, Oklahoma. Third in Class 13 goes to entry 545, Braxton Switzer of Buckland, Missouri. Fourth, entry 541, Cole Miller of Forest, Illinois. Fifth in class goes to entry 543, Davis Henry of Hope Hall, Alabama. Sixth in class goes to entry 551, Ivy McGillis of Castellan Springs, Tennessee. Seventh, entry 546, Caitlin Batchelor, Bear Creek, North Carolina. Eighth in class goes to entry 550, Ivy McGillis of Castellan Springs, Tennessee. Ninth, 542, Carly Traylor of Wedowee, Alabama. 10th in class goes to entry 549, Shannon Jenkins of Lebanon, Missouri. If you're following along in the programs, the placings are 4, 9, 5, scratch, 3, 7, 1, 2, 8, 6, 10. In the ring now is our Division III selection for champion and reserve. At this time, we'd like to recognize Wall as our exclusive clipper of NAJRAE. Each division champion will receive a brand new set of Wall clippers. Our reserve champion exhibitors will also get a blade pouch from Sullivan Supply. The NAJRAE junior board member has also donated buckles for the champion and reserve divisions as well. At this time, we'd like to recognize our ring help in the ring right now. We have an NAJRAE board members, Gabby Walters. We also have an NAJRAE senior board member, Cheryl Johnson. And we've been a little short-handed today because all of our junior board members are busy showing right now. And that makes us very thankful that we have the JRA board members, Miss Gabby Walters, Miss Andrea Rutledge and Isaac Berg out here as well. We also would like to recognize NAJRAE board member Connor Hidalgo. And as you can see, we've had some moms and dads step in to assist. Mark Nagel is probably going to be getting volunteered more and more for things since his wife is now the new junior advisor. We have Carrie Murray out here and Dee Dee Kluser from Oregon to assist. And we'd also like to recognize the JRA junior advisor, Miss Kim Anderson Heller, who is doing a wonderful job of scooping poop.
Well, I'll tell you what, folks. As much as these little kids out here, we have young kids and we got little kids and then we got really little kids out here, and it kind of reminds me the way they move these heifers kind of reminds me of a pig show, and these kids just get to drive in these hogs and they just drive them everywhere. And this is probably one of the first or second shows these heifers have been at, and they're not quite ring broke yet, but I'll tell you what, folks. When you get off and study this lineup of senior heifer calves here, I have no doubt in my mind this breed knows where they're going. And folks, not everyone out here is peas in a pod, but boy, I don't know how the rest of the day is going to be. I have a feeling it's going to be pretty good, but you could definitely get 7 judges out here, and you're going to have 7 different champions as good as these cattle are. And I said in several divisions earlier, and it really depends on your personal preference and priority if you're going to jump on quality and balance and run with it, or you're going to jump on power and run with it, or you're going to jump on feet and legs. But all these heifers out here, in terms of structural correctness and feet and legs and soundness and mobility and the correct angulation off both ends, they all have it, folks. And I am so impressed with this group of youngsters out here in this senior heifer calf division. You got to go a long ways to find a senior calf division with this much quality and power and balance in it. And And I say, folks, and I say that from the heart because I've been around a long time, and I've been involved in this show cattle industry my whole life. But when you see cattle with this much future in them, boy, it is impressive. And I hope everybody along ringsides understands how much future is in this ring, and not only with the first and seconds, but the heifers that are back in the stalls that didn't make it out here. Folks, there is so much good in this lineup. I just hope you realize that if you have a class winner out here, if you don't get a piece of this deal, this is so good. I think when you look at this group of heifers, not only are they just great on their feet and legs, but they got that extra quality and balance and future, and I think that's really important. I think they look like heifer calves. These heifers are just, they're not very old, but they look like heifer calves. They got some quality and some future in them, and I think that's what it's all about. If I can have my next couple divisions the rest of the day with this much quality, I'm going to be a happy man at the end of the show. Folks, I'm going to take another look because, boy, I really don't know what direction I'm going to go in, but let's give these exhibitors a great round of applause for an awesome set of fall heifer calves, and I'll pick your 2 champions.
And your Division 3 champion female goes to entry 470, Preston Hartman of Tecumseh, Nebraska, with DDAD Sunshine. Coming in for contention is entry 472, Charlie Barnes. And congratulations to your Reserve Division champion, entry 494, Reagan Bostic of Puryear, Tennessee, with 3 aces, Fiona 9080. We will now be starting your Division 4 females with Class 15, your late summer yearlings. These females were born from July 1st to August 31st of 2020.
Well, folks, to start your summer yearling division, really an outstanding female to start this class off with. This dark red heifer is just so good from the ground up and sound and functional in her movement, but you know what? Where she excels is just the freshness and the quality of from her point of her shoulder forward in that head and neck region, and you know she's got some rib shape and she's got some hip and hind leg, and young lady does a nice job. Just really a nice place to start off to win this class with. The next heifer, in terms of just cowiness and broodiness and overall performance, I really like this female. You know, she's really long topped and nice designed in her top and her hip and her hind leg. You know, ideally compared to the heifer in front of her, you might just pretty her up that front end just a touch, but boy, from the point of her shoulder back, boy, is she gonna make a whale of a cow in terms of just broodiness and cowiness written all over. The next heifer, in terms of quality and balance, you like this female. She's really smooth designed in that head, neck, and shoulder region. She's beautiful designed in that top and hip as well. Compared to the top two, you might want to just see a little more body in this female. The next female does have a little more body. She has a little more shape to that lower quarter. She has a little more shape to that forerib and flank area. You just like to piece her together a little bit. Just smooth her up in her balance, but a heifer that does have some power and some mass and some shape and some width when you get behind her. The next female has just quality written all over her top line and her hip and her hind leg. You just like to see a little more of her. Add performance, add body, add mass, but a really nice class of summer yearling females.
Thank you, Judge. Congratulations to our Class 15 winner, entry 557, Paige Van Dyke of Louisville, Illinois, with entry FCFR Saucy 050. Second in class went to entry 556, Ray Duncan of Wingate, Indiana. Third in class went to entry 555, Van Richardson of Maynardville, Tennessee. Fourth in class goes to entry 559, Caitlin Skiles of Council Hill, Oklahoma. And fifth in class went to entry 553, Caitlin Batchelor of Bear Creek, North Carolina. If you're following along in the book, your placings are 5, scratch, 3, 2, 1, scratch, 4. Now in class is your summer yearlings born May 1st to June 30th. You may have noticed that we have some great photographers both in the ring and at the backdrop. We're very grateful to have Legacy Livestock here taking our photos. And if you have not been on their website yet, you really should check it out because they have caught some really great shots of the kids in the ring and at the backdrop. A quick reminder to all those exhibiting here, if when you are loading out today and you need to maybe clean out the back of your trailer, please be sure to put your poop where it belongs in the little dumps at the end of the barn and be gracious to the grounds. They do have another show coming up this weekend and would like to try to keep it as clean as possible. Please do not just dump your trailer and clean it out wherever you please.
Another really good class of summer yearlings from top to bottom, folks. Really a nice heifer we're going to start with. A nice pair of heifers at the top of this class, and sound and really good footed, folks. Has worlds of substance and power in that foot size and sets down on a really nice, elegant leg. And you view her from the side, and she's got some power in her top and her hip and some fleshing ability and some body. And the young lady does a nice job with this heifer we're going to start off with. I think it's close to the heifer that's coming in second with her in terms of just quality and balance and the way she's made. Beautiful designed in her lines and her hip and her hind leg. I think when you start comparing them, you'd just like to soften her up just a little bit from body-wise and maybe add a little substance to her from the ground up. But a nice pair of heifers we're starting off with. The dark red heifer in third, folks. Here's the heifer again, sound and functional on her feet and legs. A heifer that's fresh in her makeup from the point of her shoulder forward. Just needs a little more power to compete with the top two females in this class. I think the next pair of heifers, again, it's relatively close. The heifer in fourth, a little sounder moving. She's a little bigger footed, has a little more substance to her compared to the female behind her. Takes a big old long easy stride. I think for her size, you just like to see a little more body mass to this female, add a little more cowiness to her. The next heifer gets a little straight off both ends. You like her lines, you like the trueness to her hip and hind leg. You just like to add a little angulation to her and just loosen her up in her structure. Nice class of summer yearlings.
Thank you, Judge. Congratulations to our Class 16 winner, entry 569, Carly Kleeman of Braemar, Missouri. Second in class goes to entry 563, Callie Flanders of Buffalo, Kentucky. Third goes to entry 566, Miss Callie Stubbs of Wallace, Kansas. Fourth, entry 562, Brant Allen, Ardmore, Oklahoma. And fifth in class goes to entry 568, Rory Jenkins of Lebanon, Missouri. If you're following along in the program, the placings go 4, scratch, 2, 3, 1, 5, scratch. Now in class is Class 17B, Summer Yearlings. These females were born May 1st to June 30th. At this time, I'd like to thank a few more of our class sponsors. Northline Ranch, Osborne Red Angus, Overmiller Red Angus, Pladson Farms, Rogers Cattle Company, Sandburr Ridge Red Angus, and Shady Knoll Red Angus. We certainly could not have a show without having our class sponsors, and we thank them for all of their support along with the rest of the sponsors who have donated with cash or in kind. Last night at the banquet, we announced the 21-22 senior board members, and they are Kay Gilbert of Iowa, John Fisher from Texas, Cheryl Johnson of Nebraska, Kelly Kimmy of Texas, Garrett Kniebel from Montana, Gary Lanier of Kansas, and Lori Montgomery from Kansas. Not only does it take a strong senior board, but we also have a lot of volunteers that help with satellite events or Pee-wee contests. And if you guys are interested as parents and would like to get involved, please be sure to contact one of the senior board members and let them know that you'd be willing to help and donate some of your time for the 2022 Junior National.
Really nice class of maize from top to bottom, folks. Interesting lineup out here, and boy, this is a class, folks. Any different day or different judge, I think there's 3-4 heifers I think you can use out here, and this is a tough class. The heifer we starting with on the stand, folks, I really like this one on the stand. You know, she just has that extra body and mass and depth, the forerib and flank, but at the same time, you know, the design of this female is really nice from her point of her shoulder back and her top and her hip and hind leg. You know, folks, now I'll be the first one to admit, boy, I'd like to lean this one a lot. And not just a little bit, but a lot. I think if you were to take the feed bucket away from this one and just really freshen her up in that shoulder and especially freshen her up in that underline and tighten that up, I think it'd just help her. But I think she's so much further along in terms of body mass. I think if you really get this one a little greener, I think it's just going to help her just tighten things up and ensure you like to tighten that belly line up and on the move, and she's pushing a little chest or a little from the point of her shoulder forward. But I think if you were to freshen this one up, I think she'd still be the class winner out here, because the design of her top and her hip and her depth of body is just really, really nice. The next heifer in second, folks, I really like this one in terms of freshness and bone and foot and mobility and looseness of structure. You know, from the ground up, she's got some monster feet, and you like the substance and power in her bone and the looseness of structure. Again, you just like to see this one balance out just a little better and just pull that flank down just a hair and just balance her out just a little bit compared to her front end and her brisket a little bit. But she's so sound and good-footed and has some mass and shape to this one. Young lady does a nice job. As in the next young lady with the heifer in third, here's a heifer that's designed just really, really well and just beautiful in her top and hip, and you love the mobility of this female, and you love the angulation off both ends, and she's so long-bodied and fresh in her makeup. You know, if you were to just soften this one up just a little bit and maybe pull a little bit of that front lower third away from her, boy, is she nice. And I think as she gets older and more mature and that calf gets a little bigger, and I think that one will just keep getting better and better. The next heifer the young man has, here's a heifer just in terms of red meat and shape and power. You just really like this female. You like the width of base. You like the fleshing ability of this female, the shape of her rib, carries back to that flank you really, really like. Again, you can maybe just freshen this one up just a hair and maybe just pull them pin bones out just a little bit. She has a tendency to walk underneath her just a hair, but just straighten that hip out just a notch. But what a sound, functional female that was in fourth. Here's another heifer, long-bodied, fresh in her makeup. You like the design of her top and her hip and her hind leg. Again, you just, for her size, you just like to soften her up. See a little more cowiness in this female, but beautiful design in her top and her hip and the front end. The young lady just does an exceptional job showing that one. The next female behind her in terms of cowiness and broodiness and with the base, you like this female. Again, just balance her out just a hair, freshen that front 1/3 up just a notch. The next female, a little more modern in frame size. You like the belly, you like the body, you like the overall width and dimension she has when you get behind her. Again, just prettier up, just a touch in that front 1/3. As in the next heifer, you know, big, stout, long-bodied, nice appearing female, nice in her front end, fresh in her head, neck, and shoulder. Just like to see a little more body for her size. The next moderate-framed heifer behind her, you like the body, you like the mass, just like to freshen her up. Nice class of females from top to bottom.
Thank you, Judge. Congratulations goes to our Class 17 winner, entry 582, Clara Henderson of East Troy, Wisconsin. Second to entry 578, Tatum DePorter of Eaton, Colorado. Third in class is entry 583, Alyssa Meyer of Clinton, Tennessee. Fourth to entry 581, Tar Tut from Faribault, Minnesota. Fifth in class goes to entry 577, Katie Berry of Canton, Texas. Sixth, entry 574, Ashby Norbin from Rammer, Alabama. Seventh in class goes to entry 575, Colt Illingworth of Funk, Nebraska. 8th, entry 576, Clint Harrington of Nowata, Oklahoma. And 9th in class goes entry 796, Brooke Cauteau of Winona, Minnesota. In class now is our last class before the selection of our division champion and reserve. This is our summer yearlings, class 18C.
Well, folks, another really good class of May heifers from top to bottom, and boy, again, is this class really, really deep. I like this heifer we're going to start with, folks. Sound and functional, and is so big-bodied and so massive, and worlds of cowiness and broodiness in her. But then at the same time, you just love the quality about her shoulder and her top and her hip and her hind leg. You know, if you were to get really hard on this one, you could freshen her up just a touch. But boy, from the point of her shoulder back, just massive bodied and massive bellied, and you just love the fleshability in that one. Just really a nice place to start off with. The next heifer, folks, just in terms of quality and pure presence in her top and her hip and her hind leg is just superb. So good on her feet and legs, and beautiful in that shoulder, that head and neck. And you know, I think for her size, you just like to soften her up just a touch, but that'll come. These are just, you got to remember, these heifers are just over a year old, and boy, I think you get that one bred and heavy in calf, and boy, she'll look really, really good because she's fresh and designed really good and just tracks really good. Just needs a little more body to compete with the heifer in first. The next heifer, a little more modern in her frame size, but a heifer that's extremely good-legged, good-footed. Here's a heifer that's sound and functional, loose structured. You like her top and her hip and hind leg. I think if you were to tweak on that one a little bit, she's pushing a little extra leather in her front 1/3, maybe tone that tail head down. But boy, is she nice to look at, nice moving. Young man's done a nice job with that one. Another fresh-necked heifer behind her. Here's a heifer in terms of design, and hip and hind leg is really, really nice. Compared to the top three, you'd simply just like to stouten her up. See her move with a little more width the base, maybe a little more lower muscle shape in that lower quarter, but a heifer that's designed and performance-wise is really, really good. The next young lady, boy, I lost her just a little bit, and we moved her up just a touch because on the stand, this one is big-topped and big-hipped, and she's so nice in her top and her hip and hind leg. You know, again, you could freshen her up just a touch, but a heifer's designed from the ground up pretty nice. You just love the design and smoothness of her top and hip. As of the next female, the young lady has sound and functional. You love the cowiness and broodiness to this female. Just balance her up a hair, just drop a little flank in this female. But the young lady does a really nice job presenting this heifer in line. The next female behind her, here's a heifer that does have some shape and design of her top when you get behind this one. Just needs a little more flank to balance her out just a touch neater. The next heifer behind her, a heifer that has a lot of red meat in her. Just when you get behind her, you love the width and dimension, and that red meat carries that lower quarter and stifle. She has a tendency just to get a little stiffer in her movement. You'd like to loosen her up in that hip and hind leg. I think the next pair of heifers, it's relatively close. The darker red heifer in front. You like the structure, you like the soundness, you just simply like to see a little more of the female. The next heifer behind her has some body mass, has some shape, has some red meat. Just like to pretty her up on both ends, maybe add a little angulation off both ends. But a nice class of May heifers from top to bottom.
Thank you, Judge. Congratulations to our Class 18C winner, entry 596, Danielle Brooks of Wilson, Oklahoma. Second in class goes to entry 593, Annie Meyer of Clinton, Tennessee. Third, entry 588, Hunter Jones of Moundville, Missouri. Fourth to entry 597, Cade Vowell of Forest, Mississippi. Fifth to entry 585, Shannon Jenkins of Lebanon, Missouri. Sixth goes to 590, Caitlin Skiles of Council Hill, Oklahoma. Seventh was entry 586, Reese McMurphy of Alva, Oklahoma. Eighth to entry 589, Colin Batterson of Bloomfield, Iowa. Ninth to entry 584, Leah Evans of Washington, Iowa. And 10th to entry 595, Grace Harrington of Nowata, Oklahoma. Coming in the ring now are your first and second place class winners coming in to compete for your Division IV championship. A reminder to all exhibitors that we do have your judges' sheets from your sweepstakes events that you participated in. If you participate in public speaking, sales talk, livestock judging, and you'd like to see your results, we do have them up here along with judges' comments. NAJRAE is a 100% volunteer organization and event. The tireless volunteer work of the senior and junior boards, with the help of the planning teams, make this event possible. This year's show and events team consisted of team lead Kay Gilbert and members Chessie Mitchell and the ex officio and RAAA representatives. Kay Gilbert helped with the animal as the animal show chair, and the members of that was also Kelly Kimmy, Mandy Fisher, Pat Hidalgo, Ethan Dickerson, and Holly Thomas. We certainly thank all of them for their efforts in putting on a really well-ran show. While the judge is making his selection, I would also like to say that Wall is the exclusive clipper of NAJRAE. Each division champion will receive a brand new set of Wall clippers, and the reserve champions will receive a blade pouch from Sullivan Supply. The NAJRAE Junior Board has also donated buckles for the champion and reserve champion divisions today.
Well, folks, as we're switching these heifers around, we have not given up any quality from the last division, and I think the last division was just a scorcher in terms of just quality and balance and type and kind of that senior calf division was just really, really good. And boy, we have not let up on the gas in this division. We maybe haven't had the numbers in this intermediate division, but folks, we're holding on to the quality because it's as deep as any division that you'll see throughout the summer and throughout the junior nationals through this summer yearling division. It is really, really good, and I'm pretty pleased with the lineup we have out here. Let me talk these heifers real quick, and I'll tell you what I see. The heifer that won the first class in this division, I think she's a July, folks. Boy, is she fresh. And, in terms of design and feet and legs and quality and balance, and she's kind of the total package. She's only a July, so she's not quite a year old yet, and just amazes you how nice made she is, and the young lady's keeping her fresh, and just the mobility in that female is just second to none. And as she moves around the ring with the looseness of structure, the next heifer that won the second class, folks, just won it on just power alone. In terms of power and growth and mass and shape is really, really good. You love her feet and legs. You love her shape of top and hip. When you get behind this female, she's long-bodied. She's beautiful in that shoulder. Young lady does a really nice job with that one. The next heifer that won the first May class is rather unique, folks, just in terms of belly shape and body mass and cowiness and broodiness is just second to none. From the point of her shoulder back, she's exceptional in the depth of forerib, which carries back to that depth of flank. Beautiful design in her top and her hip and her hind leg. And as I got a little critical on her in class, I just love to freshen this one up because I don't think it's gonna hinder her. I think she's just gonna get better if you freshen up that shoulder just a touch and maybe tighten up that underline on the move. But it's amazing how much belly shape and mass she does have, and still keeping her in a relatively smooth package. Young lady again just does a nice job with that heifer. The next heifer that won the last May class, folks, is just sheer power and performance. You just love the foot and bone. You love the way she moves. You love the mass and power and the growth in this female. You get behind her, and she's big-topped and big-hipped and long-spined. And, again, the young lady's done a nice job presenting that female, folks. So you got four really, really good ones out here, folks, and a little different in type and kind, but so much quality and balance and look, and it's just exceptional in this lineup. Folks, let's give these youngsters a really nice round of applause, and I'll pick your champion and reserve out of this lineup.
Congratulations to your division champion. Entry 557, Paige Van Dyke, coming out of class 15. Coming in contention will be 556, Mr. Ray Duncan of Wingate, Indiana. Congratulations to your reserve division champion. Coming out of class 18C, entry 596, Danielle Brooks of Wilson, Oklahoma. Now, starting off Division 5 will be Class 20A. This will be our first of 3 classes of April yearling heifers.
Excellent class of April yearlings, folks, from top to bottom. Really nice heifer we're going to start with in terms of just sheer power and mass and just broodiness of the female. You know, from the point of her shoulder back, she's just tremendous in that depth of forerib and depth of flank. And, you know, you get behind this one, and she's as wide-based as you'd want one, and so sound and functional on her feet and legs. Young lady does a nice job. Just really a nice place to start off. I think the heifer that follows her in second's a close thing to her in terms of quality and balance and type and kind. Beautiful design in her top and her hip and her hind leg. You get behind her, she's wide-based and wide tracking and wide moving. She's so nice from the ground up on her feet and legs. When you start comparing her to the heifer in first, you just like to soften her up just a touch in that belly mass and that belly shape. But boy, is she fresh out of her shoulder and front 1/3. Really a nice pair of heifers to start off with. The heifer in third, here's a heifer that just has Cowie written all over her, folks. Body mass and shape and belly type and hip and hind leg is just tremendous on this female. She pushes a little leather and a little condition off that front 1/3 and just pretty her up to compete with them top two. But boy, is she sound and functional on her feet and legs. The next heifer, a little longer bodied, a little longer designed female. You could surely balance her out just a touch and soften that flank up a hair, but she's sound and functionally correct on her feet and legs. The next heifer, in terms of power and performance and growth, you really like this female. Big-footed, big boned. Here's a heifer. I think for her size, you just simply like to see a little more body to this female. Drop her down in that forerib and carry that back to the flank, but a heifer that's sound and functional on her feet and legs. Big stout Cowie appearing one in behind her, sound and functional, maybe a little plainer in that shoulder and that head and neck compared to the top end of this class. The next female the young man has, here's a female that you like the quality about her, you like her top, you like her hip, you like the way she moves, just needs to be prettied up just a touch in that front end and maybe balanced up in that forerib just a hair. I think the next pair of heifers show some quality, show some balance. You'd just like to see a little more performance, a little more power in these females, but a nice class of Aprils from top to bottom.
Thank you, Tim. That was your Class 28 April yearling heifers, calf 426 to 412. In ninth place, we have entry 603, Hannah Clark. In eighth place, we have 599, Gunnar Giffey. In seventh place, we have entry 607, Mr. Cade Sweeney. In sixth place, we have entry 605, Mason Cray. In fifth place, we have entry 604, Colt Illingworth. In fourth place, we have entry 600, Caleb Williams. In third place, we have entry 606, Colby Erickson. In second place, we have entry 602, Mr. Andrew Meyer. And in first place for the Class 28 April yearling heifers, we have entry number 608, Miss Addison Val of Forest, Mississippi. If you're following along in your program, those entries went 842, 956, 137. Entering the class now, we have Class 21B, your second class break of your April yearling heifers. These calves are calved from 41120 to 4620. I want to take a moment to welcome our judge here today, Mr. Tim Fitzgerald. Tim was raised on a 17,000-acre ranch in western Nebraska with a cow herd consisting of 500 registered Angus cows. He graduated from Oklahoma State University with an animal science degree and a minor in business. During his time at OSU, he was a member of the national champion livestock judging team, the world champion quarter horse judging team, and the meats judging team. An all-around guy. After college, Tim accepted a position at Whitestone Farm in Ollie, Virginia, and specialized in show and sell cattle for 10 years. He then took a manager's position for a short term of 4 years in West Virginia at Fox Cross Farm before landing a general management job outside Philadelphia at Cherry Knoll Farm. April of 2020, Tim embarked on a new venture in Sullivan, Indiana, starting Faree Fitzgerald, a registered Angus and Simmental herd focusing on raising show heifers. Recently, the farm raised the 2020 American Royal Champion Angus heifer in Kansas City, Missouri. In the past 15 years, Tim has led 9 Angus heifers to the elite status of Roll of Victory Show Heifer of the Year. In addition to these great accomplishments, in 2002 and 2003, one heifer made history in the Angus breed, claiming back-to-back titles. Tim has had the honor of judging many national shows from coast to coast, including the National Western, the North American, the American Royal, the Atlantic National, Fort Worth, Houston, San Antonio, and numerous other stock shows around the country. If we can all take a moment to thank our judge, Mr. Tim Fitzgerald, for judging our stock today. I want to take this time to thank some of our class sponsors for some of our class awards for the event. We can thank Shooter Family Cattle Company, 6 Mile Ranch, Solution Genetics, Sweeney Livestock, Tolbert Cattle Company, Timber Creek Ranch, Tree Lane Farms, True Grit Cattle Company, Twin Willow Reds, Van Wy Red Angus, Walker Cattle Company, Walter Cattle Company, and many others.
Well, folks, I apologize for taking way too much time, probably extra time on this class, and especially this trio of 3 heifers. Folks, but this is the Junior National Show, and I drove a few miles to get here, but these kids have done so much work on these heifers at home, and I just want to make sure in my mind I have them exactly what I like them. And folks, it doesn't matter. You're going to have 3 different guys out here, and their priorities are different. And you're going to place them 3 different ways, and you can legitimately do that. It just depends on what you're looking for and what your priorities are. But these are 3 good females, and it's a shame that they're in the same class together. It's just horrible. But this ought to be a division lineup, if not a champion lineup here. The heifer we're going to start with, folks. The more she's out here, and the more I look at her, the more I like her. And I like this one in terms of head and shoulder placement and freshness of front end, and the way that shoulder, the angulation of that shoulder and that front end. Where she excels in my mind is the freshness of neck, but she has a little more shape and red meat in this female. You get behind her, and she's so smooth from the point of her shoulder back and her top and her hip and her hind leg. I really like that. And when you start comparing her to the next couple ones, I think she's a little fresher designed than one. I think she's a little stouter hip and her hind leg than the other one, and I think that's a combination package. My mind, that's the way it is. Your mind, you can switch them all you want, and I'm not gonna bother you, folks. But these are 3 good ones. I think legitimately that's the combination female to start with. This is a close pair between second and third. The dark red heifer just shows me a little more muscle shape. She shows me a little more dimension in that top and that hip and that hind leg. I think she has a little more shape and lower muscle. When you get behind that one, she's wider base, she's wider tracking. I like the shoulder placement of that one. The first thing I'd like to do is just freshen up her neck just a little bit. But this is a powerful, wide-based, deep red female, and I really like the design of this female. Now, if you could freshen her up a hair, if you can drop that forerib or that flank down a hair, it'd be easier to place her over the 3rd place heifer, but I think that's a good female. The 3rd place heifer, just in terms of sheer foot size and bone and power and structure, I really like this female. She's big and stout, and she has as much performance as you want in a female. Where I'd like to tweak this one is she gets a little flatter made when you get behind this one. She doesn't have as much muscle shape in that top from that point of that shoulder back. You just like to blow her out in that forerib. But boy, is she going to make a whale of a cow in terms of cowiness and broodiness and overall mass and muscle and shape. I just love that female to watch her walk around the ring. As we get down to the middle part of the class, folks, the heifer in 4th. Here's a heifer that's designed really nicely. You like the smoothness of top and hip and her hind leg. She's a little more modern in her frame size. You can maybe stouten up that hind leg just a hair, but a heifer that's designed quite well. The next heifer, she's designed good as well. You like the smoothness of top. You like her hip and her hind leg. Here's a heifer that pushes off her shoulder just a touch. She gets a little straighter off both ends. You'd like to change the angulation off both ends. The next heifer, you like the performance and growth. She gets a little flatter compared to the ideal. You just like to widen her up when you get behind her. The next female behind her just gets a little plainer. You just like to pattern her up just a touch, add a little more balance to that female. The next heifer, maybe add a little grow, but you like the quality of balance about her top and hip. Folks, I apologize. It took a little extra time, but at the same time, them are 3 really, really good females at the top of that class.
Thank you, Tim, for those comments there on those April yearling heifers, calf 411 to 46. In 8th place for the class, you'll find entry 612 of Braxton Switzer of Buckland, Missouri. In 7th place, you have entry 616, Blaine Flack of Harrodsburg, Kentucky. In 6th place, you have entry 611, Luke Platson of Harpers Ferry, Iowa. In 5th place, you have entry 615, Natalie Evans of Jacksonville, Illinois. In 4th place, you have entry 450, Miss Dixie Snodgrass of Marietta, Oklahoma. In 3rd place, you have entry 617, Riley Smith of Grinnell, Iowa. In 2nd place, you have entry 613, Audrey Bear of Brighton, Illinois. And in 1st place, For your Class 21B April yearling heifers, you'll find entry 618, Tucker Bear of Ringgold, Wisconsin. Entering the ring now is Class 22C, your April yearling heifers calved April 5th to April 1st. We want to remind all of our juniors and their parents that are out in the stands and about today that if you're interested in receiving your children's scorecards, you can come up here to the announcer's desk, and I have a stack of them up here, and you can come up here and pick them up and be able to review the comments and scores that your children placed.
Another really nice class of April junior yearlings, folks, from top to bottom. Two pair of heifers we got at the top of this class I think are really, really nice. Heifer we're going to start with just a touch fresher in her neck. She's touched neck or fresher in that neck design as well. Shows me just a nickel more femininity to the point of that shoulder forward, and a heifer that's designed really, really nice. She's beautiful at her top and beautiful at her hip and sound and functional. And you like her rib shape. You like the depth in the female. Young man does a nice job. Just a really nice place to start off with. The heifer in second's really close right behind her, folks, just in terms of smoothness of design and cowiness and look and quality and balance. Young man shows her really, really nice in this class. She's pushing just a nickel of front end. You just like to freshen that front 1/3 up just a hair, but a heifer from the point of her shoulder back, you just love the design and the mobility and the way she moves around the ring. The next heifer the young lady has in terms of just freshness of appearance and sharpness of top and sharpness of hip, you really like the design of the female. Here's a heifer that's sound and functional, and she get around the ring really smooth and fluid in her movement. Here's a heifer, I think if you were to change her, you just add a little shape to that lower quarter, but at the same time, you just like the sharpness of a turn to her top and the sharpness of that tail head the young lady possesses. The next heifer in lineup, here's a heifer that just shows cowiness and broodiness written all over, just in terms of body shape and muscle mass and foot and leg. You just love the appearance of this female. Add a little quality about her front 1/3, prettier front end up just a hair, and I think you could move her up maybe a step or two. The next heifer the young man has in terms of balance and mobility, you really like this female. She gets a little straighter off both ends, like to change the angulation off both ends as well. But a heifer that on this standstill is designed really nice. Broodiness and cowiness is written all over the next heifer. From the point of her shoulder back, you like the substance and the power in this female. From the ground up, you like her feet size, you like the way she moves and looseness of structure. She's just carrying too much front 1/3. You just like to pretty her up quite a bit compared to the ideal. I think the next pair of heifers, it's relatively close on the stand. You see the quality, you see the balance in these females. You just like to change the angulation off both ends, maybe loosen them up in the structure, but a really nice class of April heifers from top to bottom.
Thank you, Tim. That was Class 22C, April Yearling Heifers, calf 4-5 to 4-1. Eighth place in the class was entry 622, Riley Moore of Atlanta, Missouri. Seventh place was 623, Zachary Griffith of Justin, Texas. Sixth place was entry 625, Peyton Nagel of Alhambra, Illinois. Fifth place was entry 629, Colton Jones of Moundville, Missouri. Fourth place was entry 624, Carly Kleeman of Bramer, Missouri. In third place, entry 626, Madison Fisher of Hempstead, Texas. In second place, entry 627, Jacob Presnell of Shelby, North Carolina. And in first place for Class 22C, April Yearling Heifers, you'll find entry 619, Zachary Griffith of Justin, Texas, with TC Topeka 98H. We want to make sure and remind everyone that if you're interested in purchasing or taking a peek at any livestock for photography that has gone on here this week, our official photographer here at NHGRE is Legacy Livestock Imaging. You can go to their website and view their photography. Also, if you have anyone at home that's wanting to watch the show, you can always go to liveauctions.tv and you'll be able to see a live stream of the show.
Folks, another really nice April junior yearling class from top to bottom, and just loaded with quality of cattle, and structure is so good, and freshness is so good, and power is right there with it, folks. Tough class, tough pair, close pair. I think the heifer we're going to start with, folks, is just simply a little smoother from nose to tail. I think when you really get up on him and start analyzing her from the point of her shoulder back, and she's just smoother designed in that forerib and that top and that hip and that hind leg, and she's just really fresh out that hip and that hind leg, nice on her feet and legs, really nice moving, high quality, nice structured female. And I think when you watch her move around the ring, she takes a big old long, easy, fluid stride, and you like the flex in her joints. Young man does a nice job. You know, I think if you were to tweak on this one a little bit, you could balance her out just a hair and maybe take a little bit of that fore brisket away from her, and I think that balance her out just a little bit better, but at the same time, sound and functional, really nice, high-quality female we're going to start the class off with. I think the heifer that's in seconds is right on her tail, folks, just in terms of soundness and mobility and feet and legs. I think she's really, really good. She has an extra size in her foot size and extra substance in her bone structure. She's loose structured, she's loose top, nice design. I think when you get right on this female, when you start comparing her to the heifer in first, she gets just a little tighter in that forerib. You just like to add a little more shape of muscle when you get right behind her on her top to compete, just maybe to swap those two, but at the same time, boy, it's a nice pair of easy moving females. Big, stout, powerful heifer in third here, folks. Heifer that's just loaded with red meat. In terms of with the baits and with the top is really, really unique. She probably has as much red meat as you want to put in the female. Still staying relatively smooth in her top and her hip and her hind leg. You know, compared to the top two, she gets just a hair boulder shouldered, and you'd like to change that front end just a touch. From her first rib back, I think she's awfully, awfully good. The next heifer in line, boy, is she smooth-topped. Beautiful design in her top and her hip and hind leg. Really fresh in her makeup from the point of her shoulder forward as well. I think she's carrying a little lower brisket. You'd like to change that, just balance her out, and maybe increase the substance in her forerib, but nice in her movement, great on her feet and legs. As in the next heifer the young man has, here's a heifer that's a little more moderate in her size. You like the belly, you like the substance and power in that forerib back. She gets a little straighter in that shoulder, but here's a heifer that moves quite well. The next heifer, again, a little more moderate. She's pushing a little front end for the young man, but at the same time, beautiful design in her top and her hip and her hind leg. I think the next pair of heifers, it's relatively close. The heifer in front just has a little more body. She's loose structured, loose made, sound in her movement, just carrying a little extra forerib or extra front lower brisket. You'd just like to clean up just a hair. The next heifer just gets a touch straighter. You'd like to add a little body to, but you like the freshness at top. The next two heifers, I think it's relatively close. They have some body, they have some strength. You just like to change the structure of hair, but a really classy lineup from top to bottom in your April class.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald. That was Class 23A, March Yearling Heifers, calf 328 to 316. In 10th place for Class 23A, you'll find entry 635, Jackson Klinkner of Winnebago, Minnesota. In 9th place, you'll find entry 637, Laney Naylor of Connorsville, Indiana. In 8th place, you'll find entry 631, Ashby Norman of Raymer, Alabama. In 7th place, you'll find entry 632, Miss Katie Berry of Canton, Texas. In 6th place, you'll find entry 633, Gavin Giffey of Sparta, Tennessee. In 5th place, you'll find entry 630, Hayden Faulkner of Sullivan, Illinois. In 4th place, you'll find entry 642, J.C. Stutzman of Milford, Nebraska. In 3rd place, you'll find entry 644, Paige Wood of Big Cabin, Oklahoma. And 2nd, you'll find entry 645, Jacob Shooter of Frankton, Indiana. And in 1st place for Class 23A, March Yearling Heifers, you'll find entry 634, Preston Hartman of Tecumseh, Nebraska. If you're following along in your program today, you'll find placing as 8, 6, 7, 1, 10, 9, 4, 3, 5, 2. Entering the ring now, you'll find Class 24B, March yearlings, calved 313 to 38. We want to make sure and take a moment to thank some of our sponsors for our awards today. Each division champion today will receive a brand new set of Wall clippers. Wall is the exclusive clipper of the North American Junior Red Angus event. Reserve will be supplied blade pouches by Sullivan Supply. The North American Junior Red Angus board is actually also supplying the champion and reserve champion females today with buckles. So let's give a round of applause to our sponsors for today's class winners.
Nice class of marches from top to bottom. Nice pair at the top of this class, folks. Heifer we're going to start with just excels this class in movement off her hip and looseness of structure, and that's where she excels over the heifer in second. Really like the quality about this female, and she's so nice, lays in so nice in that shoulder and nice out that top and that hip and the hind leg. But where she excels over the heifer in second is just a little looser top, a little looser design in that hip and hind leg, and just takes a looser stride as she goes around the ring. Young lady does a really nice job with this one. Just a really nice heifer to start off with. The next heifer on the stand, folks, I really like the design of this female. She's powerfully inted. She's nice top. She's big and square hipped as well. You get behind her on the move, and she gets a little out in her structure and just gets a little tighter made. You just like to loosen that up to move her up, but a heifer that's designed quite well. The next heifer the young man has, here's a heifer again from the ground up. She's good structured. She's loose in her makeup. Here's a heifer that does have some shape and some turn to her top and some shape and red meat in that lower quarter. You just like to balance her up just a little bit, maybe soften her up compared to her size. Young man does a nice job with the dark red heifer. The next heifer the young lady has, here's a heifer that has some quality and balance. She's nice at her top and nice at her hip. I think for her size, just soften her up a little bit, add a little broodiness to that female. The next heifer in line, definitely a heifer on the stand. You like the power and you like the shape and you like the width and dimension. You definitely like to change the structure in this female. She gets a little straighter off both ends. Just loosen her up from the top down. The next female the young has in terms of quality and balance, you like this heifer. She's very smooth in her design and her top and her hip. She just needs a little more of her when you get behind her, just stouten her up. But a really nice class of March Junior Yearling females.
Thank you, Tim. That was Class 24B, March Yearling Heifers, Calf 313 to 38. In sixth place in the class, you'll find entry 646, Gage Gippy of Sparta, Tennessee. In fifth place, entry 653, Mr. Wyatt Coffey of Pawnee, Oklahoma. In fourth place, you'll find entry 652, Emma Aronson of Sioux Rapids, Iowa. In third place, you'll find entry 650, Cass Kleeman of Bramer, Missouri. In second place, you'll find entry 658, Max Richardson of Maynardville, Tennessee. And in first place for Class 24B March Yearling Heifers, you'll find entry 659, Rachel Sanford of Emerald, Wisconsin. Now entering the ring, you'll find Class 25C March Yearling Heifers, calved March 6th to March 1st.
Really a solid class of March Junior yearling females, folks, from top to bottom. Really nice pair of heifers we're going to start with. Really nice heifer in my mind that comes to the top. Just so sound and functional and just beautiful in her structure. She's loose designed from the top of that tail head down, and she takes such an easy stride. The flexibility is really, really good. She's fresh and beautiful in her shoulder, and just the femininity she possesses compared to the rest of the class is just second to none, and just really a nice female to start off with. I think the female in second closely follows her in terms of strength at top and smoothness of lines and quality and balance about her structure. Here's a heifer that takes a big old long easy stride. I think compared to the heifer in first, she gets just a little straighter off both ends. You'd like to add a little angulation off both, but at the same time, when the young man has her stopped, and boy, she's as nice and neat in her top and his hip as anyone, does a nice job. I think the next pair of heifers, it's relatively close. Both loose structured females on the move. The heifer in third, here's a heifer that's beautiful in her top and her hip and her hind leg. I think when you start comparing her to the top two, you can just stouten her lower quarter out just a touch and maybe widen her up, but a heifer that's sound and nice in her structure. As in the next female, a little more modern in her frame size, and you'd like to change that front brisket and that front 1/3 and just freshen that up quite a bit. But from the point of her shoulder back, she is nice designed and beautiful in her top and sound and functional from the ground up. Here's a really fresh appearing heifer behind her, folks, just in terms from the point of her shoulder forward. You love the femininity in this female. She's very true in her lines and her hip and her hind leg compared to the heifers in front of her are ideal. You just like to widen her up when you get behind her and just stouten her up just a hair from the ground up, but a heifer that's designed really, really nice for the young man. And as time goes this fall, I think that one will just get better in class every time she shows. The next heifer in terms of cowiness and broodiness and length of body, you like this female. You'd like to balance her up just a touch, take a nickel of that 4 wherever way and that 4 brisket away, but a heifer that's sound and functional on her feet and legs. The next heifer on the stand, you like the trueness of shape of her lines and her hip and her hind leg. Just needs a little power when you get behind her, as in the next heifer behind her. Just gets a little plainer. You like to add a little quality and balance to this female. The next heifer just changed the angulations. She gets a little straighter off both ends. As we round up the end of the class, again, a heifer you just like to change the wheels on, the structure just a touch, but a heifer that has some body, she has some mass. Nice class of heifers from top to bottom.
Thanks, Tim. In Class 25C, in 10th place, you'll find entry 663, Clint Harrington of Newada, Oklahoma. In 9th place, you'll find entry 660, Natalie Evans of Jacksonville, Illinois. In 8th place, you'll find entry 662, Colin Zucksworth of Bloomfield, Indiana. In 7th place, you'll find entry 668, Cambry Murray of Lebanon, Oregon. In 6th place, you'll find entry 669, Bryce Zepp of New Windsor, Maryland. In 5th place, you'll find entry 672, Ryan Hegland of Northfield, Minnesota. In 4th place, you'll find entry 665, Avery McMurphy of Alva, Oklahoma. In 3rd place, you'll find entry 666, Hayden Stubbs of Wallace, Kansas. In 2nd place, you'll find entry 667, Jack Bajorklin of Henning, Minnesota. And in 1st place for Class 25C March Yearling Heifers, you'll find entry 670, Laura Carpenter of Wamego, Kansas. In the ring now, you'll find your division winner, or your class winners for your division. From Class 20A, you'll find entry 608, Addison Val. In Class 21B, you'll find entry 618, Tucker Bayer. In Class 22C, you'll find entry 619, Zachary Griffith. In Class 23A, you'll find entry 634, Preston Hartman. In Class 24B, you'll find entry 659, Rachel Santfer. In Class 25C, you'll find entry 670, Laura Carpenter. Your second places for your respective classes, entry 602, Andrew Meyer from 20A. 21B, you'll find entry 613, Audrey Rare. 22C, you'll find entry 627, Jacob Presnell. 24B, you'll find Max Richardson with 658. And in 25C, your second placed animal was 667 Jack Bjorklund of Henning, Minnesota.
Well, folks, as we get into that, the first junior yearling division, here's one of them other special divisions that we've seen all day, and boy, they just keep coming and coming, and you know, the quality of cattle is just unbelievable, and class after class and division after division, and you know, you get to this point and get in these divisions, and I think you can use several different ones, and depending on what type of cattle you like, you know, there's 6 class winners out here in seconds that, you know, just depend on design and quality and how you like one and movement and body and performance and mass. I think there's several different ways you can actually go, and that's what's impressive about the Red Angus program right now. There's so many good cattle, and it's just catching fire. And you know, you see reds on a lot of these jackpots now, jumping into the top 5, and that's pretty impressive for the breed. And I'm just quite honored to evaluate these heifers today. Folks, you know, this is an awfully good lineup, and sound, functional, good moving cattle with great pieces and performance and some mass and some shape, but at the same time, you see some quality and balance and females that look like girls and have some femininity in them, and that's equally impressive, folks. And you know, I moved a few around here in a little bit, and sometimes when you're judging, you can do that because the ring is kind of yours, and you can kind of put them where you want them to make it easier on yourself. And you know, folks, I've taken a little extra time on these really good, tough classes today, and you know, first I sometimes I apologize, but then I don't, because you know, I know the effort and the time and the hard work these kids put into this program, and it's just, you know, it starts last spring or last winter, and right now they've been in the barn every single day from sun up to sundown, and I know what it is because we got a barn full and at home, and you know, we're trying to do the same thing, folks. So great lineup of heifers. You know, this is a lineup, but gosh, I can't tell you where a one animal just wins it easy. There's several in here that could win it. So I'm going to look at them hard one more time, folks. Let's give these kids a really nice round of applause. Have an exceptional set in this division, and I'll pick your 2 champions.
And your champion division winner goes to Mr. Tucker Byer from Ringgold, Wisconsin, out of Class 21B with TC Ellie, age 33. And your reserve division winner out of Class 25C is entry 670, Miss Laura Carpenter. Now we'll have entering the ring, Class 27A, your February junior yearling heifers, calved February 29th to February 25th. I want to take a moment to thank our ring help who are putting a lot of miles on their shoes today as we have these nice, deep, thick classes. In our ring with us today is Miss Reba Prather, your NHARE new board president, Miss Cassie Johnson, Miss Dee Dee Kluser, Garrett Kniebel, Gabby Walters, Connor Hidalgo, and Mark Nagel. Let's give them a round of applause for helping all these kids out and getting around the ring today.
I'll tell you what, folks, they just keep coming. And as we get into this February class of junior yearling females, and just there's so much good from top to bottom, even at the lower end of this class, folks. It's very rarely you do a junior national when you have that much quality at the lower end of these big junior yearling classes. And I just thank the exhibitors and everybody behind the scenes for just keep bringing them to me. I think the top 2 or 3 heifers in this class, folks, I think are really, really good. And it's another point in time that, you know, just depends on what somebody's looking for, how you're going to place these females. And I think the heifer that we're going to start with, folks, is just a touch maybe a little more modern. And the first thing you like to do is just see a little more performance. But at the same time, folks, is she awfully good, and from the ground up, and just feet and legs and mobility and structure and the way she moves are just, you know, second to none. She's so loose structured from her top down. It's just really nice to analyze her on the move. She's beautiful in that top and hip and hind legs. She's fresh out that shoulder and front 1/3. And young lady does an exceptional job with her. Just a heifer it's hard to really throw any holes at. Just a nice sound female to start off. I think the next 2 heifers in the lineup are very, very close and different type of kinds maybe than our class winner. The heifer that in second just has a little more grow, a little more stretch. But at the same time, I think if you were to tweak this one just a touch, I think you could just clean her brisket up just a hair and just balance her out. But at the same time, here's a heifer that has some length and some growth and some quality to her top and her hip and her hind leg. Beautiful from her hooks to her pins down, and so mobile in her movement. And you like the rib shape of this female. And I think for her size, you can maybe even soften her up just a hair. But boy, that's getting pretty picky, because that heifer's really sound and functional in her movement. Young lady does a really, really nice job with that one. The dark red heifer that's standing in third on the standstill, I really like. Beautiful heifer in terms of quality and balance and femininity. Here's a heifer compared to the first 2 heifers. You know, she has a tendency to get a little straighter in her legs, her rear wheels. You'd like to just loosen her up just a touch in her lower pasterns. But at the same time on the stand, the young man has her just beautiful design in the way her shoulder lays in there, and her top and her hip and her hind leg. Really a nice trio of females at the top of this class. The next heifer in fourth, here's a heifer in terms of just broodiness and cowiness. You just love the mobility of this female. She's big-bodied, she's big-top, she's big-hipped. You know, she's a little looser structured compared to the top 3. You might want to just tighten her up in that shoulder just a hair and tighten her up in that brisket. Young lady does a beautiful job presenting her. The next heifer in lineup, here's a heifer that has worlds of quality and balance about her. You just love her in the trueness of her lines of her top and her hip. She gets a hair flatter quartered compared to the heifers in front of her. Young lady, again, does an exceptional job with this February junior yearling female. The next heifer the young lady has in terms of just cowiness and broodiness and overall body and mass. You like the performance in this female. You could just clean her front end up just a hair and just to balance her out just a touch in her body. But a heifer that's sound and functional, really nice on her feet and legs. The next heifer the young lady has, again, beautiful, designed in her top and her hip and her hind leg. Just needs a little lower capacity compared to the top end of this class. As we get down to the last trio of females, I think when you look at heifers, you see sound and functional, good moving females. Just need a little more body, a little more quality, these heifers from top to bottom. Great class of February junior yearling females.
Thank you, Judge. Your first class into Division 5 would be Class 27A, February Junior Yearlings. 10th place was entry 673, Lexi Zepp of New Windsor, Maryland. In 9th place, entry 677, Dahlia Weber of Rock City, Illinois. In 8th place, entry 675, Grady Giffey of Sparta, Tennessee. In 7th place, entry 676, Reagan Cray of Rush Springs, Oklahoma. In 6th place, entry 680, Tiffany Watkins of Dade City, Florida. In 5th place, entry 679, Riley Morris of Ash Grove, Missouri. In 4th place, entry 682, Mara Turner of Mahomet, Illinois. In 3rd place, entry 678, Jens Lind of Rushern, Minnesota. In 2nd place, entry 681, Miss Annie Meyer of Clinton, Tennessee. And in 1st place for Class 27A, February Junior Yearlings, entry 674, Miss Madison Fisher of Hempstead, Texas. If you're following along in your book, your placings would read 10-8-1-9-7-3-5-6-2-4. Now entering the ring will be Class 28B, your February Junior Yearlings, calved February 24th through February 14th, our Valentine girls. If we have any junior members that participate in any satellite contests throughout the week and they would like to receive their judges' comments, we have a box up here on the announcer's stage. You or your parent or your family friend can come up here and grab your kiddos' comments and judges' seats and review those with them. So they are up here on the announcer's stand. We also have some really nice NHARE whiskey barrels up here at the front. These have not been engraved with NHARE, but we have used them throughout the week. So if you're interested in taking home some whiskey barrels and you have some extra room in the trailer, you can come up here and visit with Cheryl or Kay, and we can get them sold. And we would love to see them go to use at somebody else's operation. We want to make sure and remind everyone to go back behind the stage and make sure and give Heidi Anderson a big thank you and congratulations to an awesome week of photography with her and her crew that they have provided to us with Legacy Livestock Imaging. Every year they come here and they just do an above and beyond job for these juniors and for us to be able to promote the event throughout the next year. We're so thankful to have them, and if you have a moment, I would suggest sitting back there and having a conversation with Heidi and seeing if she can come out and do some photography on your place even.
Another nice class of February junior yearlings out here, folks. A little give and take at the top end of this class. Heifer we're going to start with just simply a little smoother designed. A beautiful designed in all points in her top and her hip and hind leg. From the point of her shoulder back, I think she just blends a little better compared to the heifer. And second, you like the quality about the way she ties in the top of that shoulder to her head and neck, and you like the underline pinning and the smoothness of belly line and the soundness and structure. And the female young lady does a nice job with this female that's in first. The heifer in second, big, stout, powerfully ended female. Folks, I think if the first thing you'd like to do is just smooth her up a little bit and just balance her up compared to the first rib back. I think you know, she has so many good pieces and so much power to her. If you could tie that point of that shoulder back just in a little better and just smooth her up and add a little quality about that, boy, she'd be a contender. But a heifer that's so sound and functional on her feet and legs, and she takes a big, long, easy stride, and she has plenty of width of base and plenty of mass, plenty of muscle. You just want to see her blended just a little better from the point of her shoulder back. Really a nice heifer in third, a nice designed female from her first rib back, beautiful in her top, beautiful in her hip and her hind leg. Compared to the top two, you'd just like to see a little more performance in her. Just stretch her out of hair. Young lady's doing a really nice job with this female. Big, stout, powerful heifer in fourth. Here's a heifer on the stand. You just like the overall performance and body and mass. You could tweak her movement just a touch. I think she's just she's getting around a little tense in her movement. You just like to loosen her up just a touch, especially in that hip and hind leg. But a heifer, you just love the cowiness and broodiness too. The next heifer, a high quality female, a beautiful inner lines in her top and her hip. Gets a little straighter ended, just like to make her a little softer bodied. The next female lineup, you like the quality about her design in her top and her hip. Just like to see a little more body to this female, a little more performance. The next trio of females in this class, they have some grow, they have some body. Just like to change the structure, add a little angulation off both ends. Really a nice class of heifers from top to bottom.
All right, for Class 28B, February Junior Yearlings, your 9th place animal went to entry 690, Clay Miller of Forest, Illinois. Your 8th place animal went to 685, Rhonda Morris of Lancaster, Kentucky. Your 7th place went to entry 687, Leah Evans of Washington, Iowa. Your 6th place went to entry 692, Walter Steele of Seabury, Kentucky. Your 4th place went to entry 694, Lexi Stout of Crossville, Tennessee. Your 3rd place went to entry 683, Laney Bowman of Shiner, Texas. Your 2nd place animal went to 459, Avery Covisto from Cromwell, Minnesota. And your 1st place animal for Class 28B, February Junior Yearlings, went to entry 695, Miss Emily Patton from St. Clairsville, Ohio. Now entering the ring, you'll find Class 29C, February Junior Yearlings, calved from February 12th to February 4th. A couple of our class sponsors that we want to recognize this week would be 3 Aces, Adolph Red Angus, Andrew Stock Farms, Aerosmith Red Angus, B&A Livestock Feeds, Bar E Ranch and Custom Gates, Bar S Ranch, BCR Ventures, Bell Farms, Bjorklund Farms, Black Fork Cattle, Bowman Cattle, and Broken Arrow Cattle Company. There's a lot more, and you can see a full list of all of our class sponsors and our nice programs that we still have some in the stands. And we just, if you see any of these guys walking around the ring this week, make sure and stop and thank them for these awesome class sponsorships they have given us.
Folks, another really nice class of Red Angus females from top to bottom, and sound and great moving and big bodied. But we got, I think when you look at the heifer that we're going to start with, this is kind of something special in terms of just feet and legs and mobility and looseness of structure and design. And boy, is she fresh made and beautiful inner shoulder and fresh neck. You get behind the female, and she's got some turn to her top and some mass and shape and muscle. That red meat carries down to that lower quarter and stifle. Young lady's done a really nice job. Just a really nice female to start this class off with. I think the heifer in second's a close thing to her in terms of freshness and design about her front 1/3. Beautiful in that shoulder, beautiful in that front 1/3 as well. You like the depth in that forerib, which carries back in that flank. You like the smoothness of top and squareness of hip. Young lady's done a nice job with this one, too. Two really nice heifers to start this class off with. The next heifer in the lineup, she's just simply a powerhouse. Here's a heifer that has worlds of depth of body and flessionability and broodiness for me. When you start comparing her to the top two, you'd simply like to freshen her up just a hair from the point of her shoulder forward, but from the point of her shoulder back, tremendous bodied and mass and hip and mobility in this female. Young lady does a really nice job with this heifer. Just like to see her just a touch fresher in her makeup. The next heifer the young man has, just in terms of red meat and top shape and hip and hind leg, I really like this female on the stand. She gets a little plainer in that shoulder. She gets a little plainer in that neck. You just like to add a little femininity from the point of that shoulder forward, but from them ribs back, she is a powerhouse with tons and tons of red meat. The next heifer, here's a heifer that's designed really nicely. She's really fresh in her makeup. She's beautiful in her top, beautiful in that hip and hind leg. You could stouten her up just a little bit, widen her up in the base when you get behind her compared to the top end of this class. Young lady, again, does a really nice job with this one. Big, stout, powerful, cowy looking one, and behind her, you like the broodiness, you like the overall mass and shape and foot size and the mobility in this female. You just simply like to balance her up just a touch better and prettier up in that front 1/3. The next female just gets a little straighter off both ends. She has some shape, she has some body. The next trio of females, folks, you just like to change the structure, and these heifers add a little more angulation off both ends. But you see some heifers with some grow and some quality. Nice class of females from top to bottom.
For Class 29C, February Junior Yearlings, 10th place went to entry 701, Craig Holloman. 9th place went to entry 460, Jackson Klinkner. 8th place went to entry 703, Amelia Beatty. 7th place went to entry 696, Nikki Adolph. 6th place went to entry 705, Callie Stubbs. 5th place went to entry 698, Bailey Smith. 4th place went to entry 700, Colby Erickson. 3rd place went to entry 702, Kelsey Zepp. 2nd place went to entry 699, JC Stutzman. And your first place class winner for Class 29C, February Junior Yearlings, went to entry 697, Miss Hadley Hartman of Tecumseh, Nebraska. Now entering the ring is Class 30A. If you're following along in your program, your entries went, or your placings went, 7, 5, 1, 2, 4, 10, 3, 8, 9, 6.
Well, folks, another one of them classes of really good junior yearling females from top to bottom, and I switched these last two at the last minute, folks. And just when you get right on top of them, I think the heifer we're going to start with is just a little smoother design in her shoulder, and you view her right behind the point of her shoulder, and she's just a little smoother in that heart and that forerib, and just blends together a little better than the dark red heifer. The heifer we're going to start with is just really sound and functional on her feet and legs, folks. And, you know, you love the performance in this female. You love the length of body. You love the mass and the shape. When you get behind this heifer, you know, ideally, I think you could pretty her up just a touch in that front 1/3. But from the point of that shoulder back, she just blends so much nicer than the heifer in second. Young lady does a really, really nice job. I really like the dark red heifer in second, folks. So when you get off and analyze her, you like the freshness of neck, and you like the top and the hip and the hind leg, and you like the fleshing ability and the soft-sidedness and the cowiness of this female. You get right on top of her, and she gets a little bolder in that shoulder, and she gets a little tighter in that heart, and you just like to tone that shoulder down and blow that heart apart. But boy, is she just, you like the size and you like the overall mass and cowiness too. Young man does a really nice job with that female. That's a nice top pair of heifers in this class. The next heifer in lineup, folks, just very smooth from the point of her shoulder back. Beautiful in that forerib, beautiful in that flank and hip and hind leg, and sound and functional, and awesome on her feet and legs. You know, she just gets a little plainer necked. You'd just like to freshen her up, and then I think you can move her up a notch or two. But young lady's doing a nice job with that one. Nice, powerful heifer behind her. Here's a heifer that does have some foot size and some bone and some looseness of structure on the move. You might want to balance her out just a little bit. Drop that flank down just a hair, but a heifer that's sound and functional. Young man, again, does a nice job with that one. Higher performing heifer coming next. Here's a heifer that has some size and some grow. For her size, you'd simply like to just deepen her down just a touch. She gets just a nickel straighter on that shoulder. You'd like to give her a little more angulation. Young lady, again, does a nice job with that female. As we get down to the middle, to the lower part of the class, I think we see 4 heifers that does have some balance and some quality about them. You could change the structure on these females, maybe power them up when you get behind them. But a nice class from top to bottom of yearling females.
As Class 30A has left the ring, your 9th place animal was entry 707, Jensen Van Dyke from Wallace, Kansas. Your 8th place animal was entry 709, Gray Bradfield from Piggott, Arkansas. Your 7th place animal went to entry 712, Emmett Zuxworth of Bloomfield, Indiana. Your 6th place animal went to entry 710, Luke Bjorklund of Henning, Minnesota. Your 5th place animal went to entry 715, Camden Walter of Elk City, Oklahoma. Your 4th place animal went to entry 711, Camille Bloom of Brooklyn, Iowa. Your 3rd place animal went to entry 708, Hannah Taylor of Tennyson, Indiana. Your 2nd place animal went to entry 714, Alyssa Meyer of Clinton, Tennessee. And your 1st place animal in Class 30A January Junior Yearling Heifers went to entry 713, Isaac Berg of Pipestone, Minnesota. Now entering the ring is Class 31B January Junior Yearling Heifers, calf January 24th to January 10th.
Another nice class of Red Angus females, folks, from top to bottom. 2, 3, 4 really stout, powerful heifers at the top of this class. Just in terms of mobility and the way she gets around the ring and the sheer power she has, folks, I really like this one. Foot size, bone structure, mass, and movement, and you get behind her, and she's got a big old top and a big old hip. You just love the barrel in the female, from the first rib back, the depth in her forerib, the depth in her flank. She carries just so much cowiness and broodiness in her, and then you put her on a very functional set of legs and wheels, and young man does a nice job as well. Just really a nice place to start off with. I think the heifer in second's close thing to her in terms of mobility and stoutness and power and growth and performance. Here's a heifer that has some body mass and some makeup in her center rib and some depth in that flank also. I think when you start comparing her to the heifer in first, as she gets just a little rounder in that shoulder, she might get just a little tighter in that heart. Young lady does a really nice job with that one. The heifer in third, folks, here's a heifer that's designed really nicely. Beautiful design in that shoulder and front one, third, and hip and hind leg. You know, compared to the top two, she just gets a little overpowered, but you just love the structure and the movement. And, of course, the young lady with this heifer just does a beautiful job showing her. The next heifer the young lady has, here's a heifer that has some length of body and some length of spine. You like the trueness to her top and her hip and her hind legs. She's got some red meat when you get behind her. She has some width of base. I think to balance her out just a touch for her size and just soften her flank up just a hair would help her. A heifer that just pushes just a touch shoulder as she leaves the ring. A little more moderate sized in the next heifer in class. Here's a heifer that's designed quite well, though. You just like to see a little more of that female. The next heifer in the lineup, she gets just a little flatter made when you get behind her. You like the overall shape and to her top and her hip. You just like to see a little more flank, a little more center rib when you get behind the female. The next trio of heifers, I think you see 3 heifers with some body and some shape. When you get behind these heifers, you just like to add a little quality about both ends. Nice class of junior yearling heifers from top to bottom.
All right, for Class 31B, January Junior Yearlings, your 9th place animal went to entry 717, Caitlin Holloman of Hanson, Kentucky. Your 8th place animal went to entry 716, Cole Weber of Rock City, Illinois. Your 7th place animal went to entry 723, Sarah Traylor of Delta, I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be Alabama. And 6th place went to entry 722, Bruce Calteau of Winoma, Minnesota. And your 5th place went to entry 719, Brooke Rickey of Whiteford, Maryland. 4th place went to entry 720, Kyra Moore of Fountain Run, Kentucky. 3rd place went to entry 721, Madison Fisher of Hempstead, Texas. 2nd place went to entry 725, Paige Van Dyke of Louisville, Illinois. And 1st place for Class 31 went to entry 724, Jake Hudson of Miles, Texas. Now in your ring is Class 32C, January Junior Yearlings, calf from January 7th to January 3rd. Also, guys, we want to make sure and give everyone a reminder, you cannot load out and leave until the conclusion of the show. You will have 30 minutes to get loaded and to move your trailer, but we have to be pretty strict on the 30 minutes, and you really need to watch our fire lanes as we're loading out. So just remember, we cannot load out until the conclusion of the show. We also want to take a moment to thank these guys that are working the ring today. They put a lot of miles on their shoes, and it's a lot of hard work on their bodies, and we really just appreciate them taking the time out of their day to do this. In our ring today will be Callie Stubbs, Chris Nagel, Gabby Walters, Connor Hidalgo, Reba Prather, Garrett Kniebel, Mark Nagel, and many, many more that are behind the scenes and have already been in this ring, will be coming in later. It's such a blessing to have all this help, and we really appreciate these guys and the others that have been in and will be in. So let's give them a round of applause for being our ring help today.
What a powerful set of junior yearling females, folks, we have out here in this lineup. Boy, these first two, in terms of just cowiness and broodiness, just incredible, especially when you get behind this pair of females. I think if we're going to start with is just simply a little smoother in that forerib and a little smoother in that shoulder and front 1/3. Beautiful design in that top and that hip. You like the body, you like the mass, you like the cowiness and broodiness to this female. Sound and functional. Young lady does a really nice job with this heifer that's we're going to win the class with. Just really a nice place to start off with. I think the heifer in second closely follows her in terms of just broodiness and cowiness. You love the rib shape, you love the top shape. She's so smooth design in her top line and her hip and hind leg. I think when you start comparing her to the heifer in first, I think for her size, you could drop her down maybe just a touch in that forerib. That's getting pretty picky on two really powerfully ended females. The next heifer just has cow written all over her. Just you love the fleshing ability, you love the mass, and you love the body. Again, the young man does a nice job. When you start comparing her to the top three, she maybe isn't as wide base when you get behind her. Really a nice set of females at the top of this class. As in the next heifer the young man has, here's a heifer that has is just loaded with quality about her top and her hip and her hind legs. Sound and functional, really nice on her movement. You know, if you were to tweak her just a little bit, I think you can change that front 1/3 and tighten that up and maybe drop her belly line down just a touch, but just a nice sound functional female. As the next female, big and stout, you'd like to freshen that shoulder, freshen that front end up, but she has some mass and some belly and some top shape. I think the next pair of heifers, it's relatively close, and I think you could change the structure on both of them, just give them a little more angulation off both ends, but heifers with some grow and some performance. Nice class of junior yearling females.
Your placings for Class 32C. In 7th place, you have entry 731, Craig Holloman from Hanson, Kentucky. In sixth place, you have entry 728, Perry Andrus of Manchester, Illinois. In fifth place, you have 729, Tiffany Hediger from Alhambra, Illinois. In fourth place, you have entry 726, Zachary Griffith of Justin, Texas. In third place, you have entry 732, Collar Plug of Lincoln, Nebraska. In second place, you have entry 727, Mackenzie Mawson of Archie, Missouri. And in first place, for Class 32C, January Junior Yearling Heifers, you have entry 730, Miss Emily Payton of St. Clairsville, Ohio, with Christie's Heather 203H. In the ring now will be the selection of Division 6 winners. From Class 27A, you have entry 674, Madison Fisher. From Class 28B, you have entry 695, Emily Payton. From Class 29C, you have entry 697, Hadley Hartman. From Class 30A, you have entry 713, Isaac Berg. From Class 31B, you have entry 724, Jake Hudson. From Class 32C, you have entry 730, Emily Payton. And your seconds for those respective classes are Class 27A, 681, Annie Meyer. Class 28B, entry 459, Avery Colvisto. Class 29C, entry 699, JC Stutzman. Class 30A, entry 714, Alyssa Meyer. Class 31B, entry 725, Ms. Paige Van Dyke. And then Class 32C, entry 727, Miss Mackenzie Mawson. Now for the selection of Division 6 Grand and Reserve.
Well, folks, as I said before at the previous division lineups out here, what a heck of a set of cattle. And I said this when we started lining up them babies this morning. We get to each division, you take all these class winners out here and you stick 6 guys in the ring, and you can have 6 different placings out here because they're just so good. They're different kinds and they're different sizes and they're different shapes, but they're good cattle. And from the ground up, this lineup of cattle we have out here, and the seconds are just so sound and functional footed, and that's where this red thing is really excelling, is just quality cattle. And I think we've seen it today, and I'm sure you saw it yesterday as well. Just such a nice lineup. And there's a couple different ways judges can go out here, and dependent on size or performance or feet and legs or muscle or whatever you're picking. But boy, is this a nice lineup of cattle. Folks, I'm not going to take a lot of time. I'm going to show you the 2 I like. You along ringside, pick your own champions, folks. But what a heck of a set of cattle. Sound and great structured females with some grow and some body and some quality and some balance. And boy, these kids are getting after it today. What a great set of kids. Folks, let's give this lineup a really nice round of applause, and I'll pick your 2 champions.
And your Division 6 winner will be Class 29C, entry 697, Miss Hadley Hartman out of Tecumseh, Nebraska. Now pulling in for reserve out of Class 29C is 699, Miss J.C. Stutzman. And your reserve division for Division 6 is going to be Miss Madison Fisher out of Class 27A, entry 674. Now entering the ring will be Class 34A, winner senior yearling heifers, calved December 2nd to November 12th. Just a reminder for everyone out in the barns and in the ring that you cannot tear down and leave until the conclusion of the show. So please just remember to also, you have 30 minutes to load your trailer up, watch your fire lanes, and you cannot load out and leave until the conclusion of the show.
What a nice class to start your senior yearling division off, folks. Really a high-quality female that we're going to start with in terms of just mobility and structure and balance and quality. Just really fresh design from the point of that shoulder forward. Just a nice way to start your senior yearling class. Young man does a nice job. Really a nice heifer in second, folks. Sound and functional and wide-based and wide-ended when you get behind her. She's got some red meat when you get behind her as well, and she's starting to show a little udder. A young lady said she's going to calve first part or middle part of September, so that's kind of a strong point in our camp at home. Boy, you got to get these senior yearlings bred up early into calve, and she's right on track. But sound and functional and really good on her feet and legs. Young lady does a nice job. Big, stout, powerfully ended senior yearling in third. You like the power and you like the depth and you like the overall mass and muscle and shape when you get behind her. She's pushing a little shoulder. You like to freshen her up and add a little quality about that front 1/3. The heifer at the end of the class, folks, sound and functional and really good footed. Here's a heifer that shows some quality and some balance. I think for her size, you'd like to see just a little more body to her compared to the top end, but a really nice class of senior yearlings from top to bottom.
Thanks, Tim. That was for Class 34A winner senior yearlings. Fourth place went to entry 741, Jaden Johnson from Blossom, Texas. Third went to entry 738, Chase Wood out of Big Cabin, Oklahoma. Second went to entry 742, Madison Fisher of Hempstead, Texas. And first place for Class 34A winner senior yearlings goes to entry 739, Mr. Cody Kluser of Mount Vernon, Oregon. If you're following along in your placings on your book, the entries went 3, scratch, 1, 4, 2. Now entering the ring is Class 35B, winner senior yearlings calved November 8th to November 2nd.
Another nice class of senior yearlings, folks, from top to bottom. Little give and take in the middle of this class. I like these top two heifers quite well, though. A heifer we're going to start with, folks, just in terms of sheer soundness and mobility and the pattern. She kind of excels in this class. Top and hip is extremely good, and lines are really good, and quality about that shoulder, head, and neck is really good. Young man does a nice job with this one. Looks like she's producing a little udder, and that's pretty important about this day of age. But really nice heifer to start off with. I think the heifer in second's close thing to her in terms of design and the way she's made, and power in that top and that hip as well. Looks like she's producing a really high quality udder. Looks like her teat size is going to be really good. Sound and functional. Young man's doing a nice job. I think for her size, you can soften her up just a touch, but a heifer that's really nice on her feet and legs. Fresh in her makeup, fresh in her design. The next pair of heifers, I think it's relatively close. The heifer in third's a little larger scaled, higher performing female. Here's a heifer that's sound and functional as well. And for her size, you just like to cowie her up just a touch and see a little more belly and body. Young lady's doing a really nice job with that individual. The heifer at the end of the class, folks, here's a heifer again, sound and functional, really good on her feet and legs. Just like that, a little more power, a little more performance. Really nice class of senior yearlings from top to bottom.
All right, for Class 35B winner senior yearlings, fourth place went to entry 744 Lily Dixon of Liberty, Mississippi. Third place went to entry 748 Amelia Beatty of Crossville, Tennessee. Second place went to entry 749 Aaron Brown of Jackson, Missouri. And your first place class winner for Class 35B winner senior yearlings goes to entry 747 Jacob Presnell from Shelby, North Carolina. Now entering the ring is Class 36A Fall Senior Yearling Heifers, calved October 24th to October 5th. Also, please remember, if we have any juniors in the room, if you would like to receive your feedback and your comment cards, they are up here on the top of the announcer stand in this box. And you can come see how you did in your contest. You can send a parent or anyone up here to get them, and we'll get you taken care of.
Another really nice class of senior yearlings out here, folks. Really nice heifer we're going to start off with. Sound and functional, really big-bodied and big-bellied heifer that you just love the quality about her head and neck and her shoulder and her top and her hip as well. Young lady does a nice job. I mean, ideally, you could take a little bit of that brisket away, but at the same time, she's really nice in her shoulder, and she's really nice out that upper part of that neck, and beautiful design in her top and her hip. Young lady does a nice job. I think the close pair is standing in second and third. The heifer in second, just a little stouter hip. She shows me a little nicer design from the point of that shoulder back. She's a little nicer in that heart and a little square from that hip and that hind leg. You like her rear wheels. She's very sound and nice structured as she leaves the ring. Young man does a really nice job with that one. Big, stout, powerfully ended female that's in third. Sound and functional. You like the length of stride. You like the length of mobility, the length, the top of this female. I think compared to the top two females, she maybe isn't as stout-ended when you get right behind her. She gets just a little piecey in the point of her shoulder back, but the young man's just doing a really nice job. Big, stout, nice moving senior yearling female. I think the next heifer enforced the close thing to our top three in terms of just body shape and mass and strength of top and strength of hip. I think for her size, you'd just like to see a little more performance, You'd just like to see a little more body and a little more performance compared to our top three, but sound and really nice on her feet and legs. The next pair of females, I think you see some quality, you see some balance. You just simply like to add a little more performance, but really a nice lineup of senior yearling females.
Thank you, Tim. For Class 36A, sixth place went to 752, Hunter Bachelor of Bear Creek, North Carolina. Fifth place went to entry 754, Hayden Clark of Slaughters, Kentucky. Fourth place went to entry 757, Gray Bradfield of Piggott, Arkansas. Third place went to entry 753, Colton Jones of Moundville, Missouri. Second place went to entry 756, Andrew Meyer of Clinton, Tennessee. And first place to Class 36A, Fall Senior Yearling Heifers, goes to entry 755, Miss Jara J. Johnson of Blossom, Texas. Now entering the ring is Class 37B, Fall Senior Yearling Heifers. Birth dates range from September 21st to September 6th. This will be your last class before our division drive for Division 7.
Big, stout, powerful heifer to start this class off with. Beautiful inner movement, beautiful inner structure, worlds of mass and shape and cowiness and broodiness. You like her design in her top and her hip. Young lady does a nice job. Just really a nice place to start off with. I think the heifer in second's close thing to her in terms of performance, overall mass and body and shape. Looks like she's producing a really nice high quality udder underneath her. Sound and functional, nice on her feet and legs. Just really a nice pair to start off with. The heifer in third, here's a heifer that shows some growth. She shows some performance to me. Beautiful inner lines in her top, fresh in her makeup. I think for her size and her age, you just simply like to deepen her down just a touch, maybe see a little more udder producing there underneath her, but just really a high-quality female. Would just like to see a little more broodiness to her. I think the next pair of heifers is pretty close. You see two heifers that are fresh in their makeup and beautiful in their tops and their hips. They just need some extra body and extra rib shape, cowiness, and performance to compete any higher, but a nice class of senior yearlings from top to bottom.
Thank you, Tim, for Class 37B Fall Senior Yearling Heifers. Fifth place went to entry 765, Ansley Brown of Raymer, Alabama. Fourth place went to entry 761, Ben Wilkerson of Liberty, Mississippi. Third place went to entry 762, Eli Mundy of Speedwell, Tennessee. Second went to entry 759, Peyton Andrus of Manchester, Illinois. And first place in Class 37B Fall Senior Yearling Heifers goes to entry 760, Miss Tiffany Watkins of Dade City, Florida. Now entering the ring will be the selection of your Division 7 champions. Out of your first class, which was Class 34A, your first place went to entry 739, Cody Kluser of Mount Vernon, Oregon. In Class 35B, your first place went to entry 747, Jacob Presnell of Shelby, North Carolina. In Class 36A, your first place went to entry 755, Jared J. Johnson of Blossom, Texas. In Class 37B, first place went to entry 760, Tiffany Watkins of Dade City, Florida. Your second places from Class 34A went to 742, Madison Fisher of Hempstead, Texas. Of Class 35B, your second place went to 749, Aaron Brown of Jackson, Missouri. In Class 36A, your second place went to 756, Andrew Meyer of Clinton, Tennessee. And then in Class 37B, your second place went to 759, Peyton Andrus of Manchester, Illinois. Now for the selection of your Division 7 champions.
Again, folks, here's another one of them division lineups with so much quality in it. Sound, functional cattle with a great look to them, but with in this division, just worlds of cow power and fleshing ability and rib shape and top shape and with the base when you get behind these females. And then you analyze them from the side, and folks, they still look like females, and that's really important. You could see a few udders developing, and I think it's that time of the year, and that needs to start happening. Folks, really a nice lineup in terms of just quality and the way they're made. Kids, again, have done an outstanding job in this division. Let's give all the exhibitors a nice round of applause, and we'll pick your champion in reserve.
And congratulations to Miss Jara Johnson, your Division 7 winner. And your reserve division winner will go to Miss Tiffany Watkins. Now entering the ring will be Class 39A, 2-year-old cow with calf.
Really a nice way to start your cow-calf division, folks. Really a nice cow we're going to start with in terms of just quality of head and neck, top and hip, quality of udder, and longevity of milk production and soundness and structure of both these individuals we're going to start with. Young ladies do a nice job with this pair, just really a nice pair to start off with. I think the pair that's closest to them in terms of quality and balance and type and kind and power is the one standing in second. Here's a cow that's sound and functional, and she's big-topped and she's long-ended. A cow that's really nice in her shoulder, nice in that front 1/3 as well. I think if you were to tweak on her just a little bit, I think you'd tweak that udder and just level it off. But a cow that's done a nice job with a big stout bull calf alongside, just really a nice set of pairs to start this class off with. As we go down the middle of the end of the class, just a little give and take. I think the cow in third has a little nicer udder, shows me a little more longevity in it. Sound and functional, long-bodied, big-ended. Here's a cow that does have some body and some flesh and ability, along with her high-quality bull calf behind her. Just really a nice pair in third. I think the cow in fourth on the standstill, you just really like the quality about her top and her hip and her hind leg. Doing a nice job with the big stout bull calf. I think if we were to compare to the ideal, you might tweak that milk production in that udder just a little bit, maybe stouten the cow up when you get behind her, but a really nice class of young cows.
Thank you, Tim. For Class 39A, 2-year-old cow with calf, fourth place went to entry 771, Connor Hidalgo of Amory, Mississippi. Third place went to entry 770, Leah Evans of Washington, Iowa. Second place went to entry 772, Avery McMurphy of Alva, Oklahoma. And first place went to entry 769, Danica Lowry of El Dorado Springs, Missouri. If you're following along in your program, that would have gone 1, 3, 4, 2. Now entering the ring will be Class 40B, 2-year-old cow with calf. Your April 25th through March 25th through March 3rd.
Well, folks, usually it gets easier at the end of the day when you have these senior yearlings and go into these pairs. But I'll tell you what, these two exhibitors pulled out two world beaters in this cow-calf show, and just so nice and so powerful and sound and functional cattle. And you know, you put a high-quality calf behind them, but then the udder quality with the milk production is just unbelievable in these two-year-old pairs. Really, really close. I think the cow that we're going to start with, just in terms of quality of head and neck and shoulder and smoothness of design and quality of udder, I think that's where she excels in the cow in second. Just beautiful in her shoulder and fresh in that head and neck and that front 1/3. And, you know, you view her from the point of that shoulder back, and she has worlds of body and volume and mass and shape and width and dimension when you get behind this female. But then, you know, you have such a super high quality udder underneath her. And, you know, I've calved out several myself, and it's so nice when you have teat size and a level udder when them calves get up and nurse and you're not there. And it's just really easy for them babies to grab a hold of. And just, that is one really, really nice two-year-old female. Done a nice job with the high quality heifer calf as well. Young lady's done a nice job. What a nice pair. Big, stout power cow that's in second, folks. If you like cattle with just performance and go and mass and power, she's the one. You like her depth of body, and you like her depth of rib, and you like the mass when you get behind this female. Nice on her feet and legs. I think when you start comparing them, you know, she has a little bit of shoulder, and she gets a little tighter in that forerib. And then when you add that, when you look at them udders and compare the quality of the udders, and you might want to just tweak on that a little bit, but you love the milk production, the width of base, big old stout bull calf behind her. Just really outstanding two pairs in this class. The bad thing about this cow that's in third is she just ran into two really, really good ones today. But a nice cow. Here's a nice, fresh, patterned, nice, high-quality moving cow. You know, she's got a nice udder, and she shows me some longevity in it. She just got introduced to two world beaters in front of her. Outstanding group of cows, folks. Let's give them exhibitors in that class a really nice round of applause. That was an awesome set of cows.
Your placings for Class 40B: in third, entry 775, Braxton Switzer of Buckland, Missouri. In second, entry 774, Cass Kleeman of Bramer, Missouri. And in first place for Class 40B, two-year-old cow with calf, entry 776, Hannah Taylor of Tennyson, Indiana. Now entering the ring will be Class 41C, two-year-old cow with calf, born February 26th to February 1st.
Nice group of young cows from top to bottom, folks. Little give and take in this class. Let me see if I can tell you what I see in these individuals, these pairs out here. Really a nice combination pair that we're going to start with. You know, she's done a really nice job with a big old stout, powerful bull calf. I think when you look at this female in terms of just soundness and mobility and udder quality and udder type and longevity and her teat size and milk production, I think it's kind of the combination pair. And yes, there's a few things you'd like to tweak on this pair. But, you know, you'd like to add a little quality to that bull calf, but she's got a big, stout bull calf, and she's doing a nice job with him, and she's a nice, young, high-quality cow with some longevity and just really a nice pair to start off with. I think the pair that's in second's a close thing to them in terms of quality of udder and quality of calf alongside. Sound and functional, really nice in her movement. I think you could surely stouten up the cow a little bit and maybe stouten up the calf, but just really a nice pair that's in second. The cow I really like is standing in third. I think just on her own, I think the cow probably wins this class, but here's a cow that's sound and functionally correct and has some power and has some turn to her top and some shape. A few things you'd like to tweak with her is just add a little performance to that bull calf alongside, and you'd like to change the longevity in that udder a little bit. It looks like she's nursing 3/4, and you just like to see all four of them with some more milk production, but at the same time, big and stout, powerful. You like the movement of the cow. You like the freshness of the pair. The next pair in lineup, again, you like the cow and you like the smoothness and design of her top and her hip, and she's got a big, stout bull calf alongside. She's got some milk production. You'd like to level out them udder floors just a little bit and tweak on that udder, and she gets a little narrower base from when you get in front of her, but you'd like to stouten her up just a little bit, but she's doing a nice job with a big, healthy bull calf. Here's a big, stout, powerful cow at the end of the class, folks. Sound and nice-footed and nice structured. Again, you'd sure like to change udder on this cow and see all 4 quarters work really good and maybe just stouten up and put a little more power in that calf. But the cow's big-footed and big bone and stout and powerful. Just really a nice class of cow calves, folks.
Thank you, Tim. For Class 41C, 5th place went to 782, Katie Berry from Canton, Texas. 4th place went to entry 781, Dora Green of Chandler, Indiana. 3rd place went to entry 783, Bailey Smith of Shiner, Texas. 2nd place went to entry 778, Gray Bradfield of Piggott, Arkansas. And 1st place for Class 41C, 2-year-old cow with calf, goes to 779, Caden Smith of Shiner, Texas. Now entering the ring will be Class 42, 2-year-old cow with calf, birth dates of January 30th to January 1st. After this, we'll have our mature cow-calf class, and then a division, and then the overall grand drive. If you're in our barn here and you're starting to get ready to come on over to grand drive, start making your way as we make our top 5 heifer selection decisions.
Again, another nice class of cow-calf pairs from top to bottom. Big, stout, powerfully ended cow to start this class, folks, with I don't know if you can put any more body and belly and cowiness and broodiness into one. Sound and functional, good on her feet and legs, has some milk production. Got a nice high-quality heifer calf alongside as well. Just really a nice pair to start off with. I think the pair in second's a close thing to them in terms of quality about the cow and the head and neck and the design and mobility. She has a little rib shape and beautiful udder alongside, and you like the teat size and the teat placement. She's got a nice heifer calf alongside as well. Just really a nice pair that's in second. The cow in third, again, folks, very fresh in her makeup and sound and functional, good-footed, good moving. I think if you want to change the cow just a little bit, you can add a little more body to the female, but she's kind of putting all she can into a big, stout bull calf alongside. Really nice class of cow-calf pairs.
Thank you, Tim. For Class 42D, your 2-year-old cow with calf. Third place went to entry 785, Brooke Calto of Winona, Minnesota. Third place goes to entry 784, Addison Val of Forest, Mississippi. And first place goes to entry 786, Miss Morley Griffith of Shawnee, Oklahoma. Now entering the ring will be Class 43, your mature cow-calf pairs. And then we will have our selection for Division 8 champion and then your grand overall drive. Start telling your friends and family to start making their way to the ring for the overall grand NAJRE owned drive.
Nice class of mature cow calves out here, folks, and what a pleasure it'd be to take a set of twins to the Junior National for a week. But Cow has done just a nice job with these two bull calves, and you know the milk production she calves just to keep these two healthy is really good. I mean, she's sound and great structured and good made from nose to tail, and she's got some body and some mass, and she has a lot of milk production, but then she's got two high quality bull calves alongside, and just that's pretty special and kind of unique, but pretty neat. But just really a nice class winner in this class of mature cows. I think the cow in second's close thing to her in terms of quality of udder and type and kind of heifer calf alongside, and sound and functional, good on her feet and legs. It looks like she's going to have some longevity to that udder as well. Teat size is really nice, and she's kind of putting everything she can to big stout heifer calf. Just really a nice cow in second. As we go back from there, again, another nice aged cow, high quality udder, and again, she's doing a nice job. A little younger heifer calf alongside, but teat size is really nice and sound and functional in her movement. You know, she's maybe not as big and as stout as the top two cows, but at the same time, she's doing a nice job. Big, stout, powerful cow at the end of this class, folks. Sound and functional on her feet and legs. I think for her size, just add a little body to the female, but she has a big, stout bull calf alongside. She's doing a nice job with her udder quality. Really nice class of aged cows.
Thank you, Judge. Congratulations to our Class 43 winner, entry 791, Jacob Bell of Friendship, Tennessee. Second class goes to entry 789, Owen Toller of Perkins, Oklahoma. Third, entry 787, Lydia Grace Brown from Rammer, Alabama. And fourth in class goes to entry 790, Peyton Nagel from Alhambra, Illinois. Coming in the ring now are our first and seconds from our cow-calf pair classes competing for our division champion and reserve.
Well, folks, in your cow-calf division, truly a nice, beautiful set of cow-calf pairs. 2-year-old cows, young cows, aged cows. Just an awesome set. And you know, I think when the word cow-calf comes up, and it's just people just saying, "Oh, we don't want to do that," and it's just so hard to show a cow-calf pair. But I'll tell you what, folks, when you have a good one, and there's nothing better to get than show a cow-calf pair. And you know, you can tweak on them udders, and you can tweak on them calves, and you can just get them as good as you can, as good as you can make one. When you look at these udders out here on these cows, and you know, there's so much longevity in these udders, and quality is second to none. And then you look at the individual themselves, and you see so much power alongside them, and then a nice high-quality heifer calf or bull calf behind them. I think that's pretty special, folks. So much power and so much quality in this division. Let's give these individuals a really nice round of applause, and I'll pick your 2 champions.
Congratulations to our grand champion cow-calf pair, Miss Hannah Taylor, entry number 776 from class 40B. Coming into contention will be entry 774, Cass Kleeman. And a couple, and like a Hallie Fisher, or Hallie Pettit.
Oh, so
No,
you don't
Hallie
win
Walker.
anything? You don't
And your reserve grand champion cow-calf pair comes out of the same class, entry 774, Cass Kleeman from Braemar, Missouri. We are now ready to start the final drive in the selection of the Grand and Reserve Grand Champion female for the 2021 National Junior Red Angus Show. Coming out of Division 1 was entry 449, Miss Lydia Grace Brown from Rammer, Alabama with SS Heart of Dixie. Your champion out of Division 2 was entry 465, Jaden Johnson from Blossom, Texas with JCL Ginger 1041. Your champion out of Division 3 goes to Preston Hartman, entry 470 from Tecumseh, Nebraska with DDAD Sunshine. Entry number 557 was your next division champion, Miss Paige Van Dyke from Louisville, Illinois with FCFR Saucy 050. Next in your division of champions was entry 618, Tucker Byer from Ringgold, Wisconsin with TC Ellie H33. Entry 697 is your next division champion, Miss Hadley Hartman from Tecumseh, Nebraska with HEH Shelley 113H. And entry 755, Miss Jara Johnson from Blossom, Texas is also your division champion with JCL Jackie O. And your last division champion goes to entry number 776, Hannah Taylor from Tennyson, Indiana, with KJHT FCF Salsarita 9080. It's been a great day to have such high quality red Angus cattle going in and out of the ring. I do believe that 15 years ago, the show probably got over with at about 11 a.m. But that's okay because we're not putting any pressure on this judge. The quality of cattle has been amazing. The numbers have been outstanding. And I would like everybody to please give all of the junior board member and royalty in the ring a round of applause for doing such a great job today.
Well, folks, I know it's been a long day for y'all, and you've been here way earlier than I have, and people can take a little bit of heat during the day, but when Mother Nature throws humidity at us, it's a tough, long day, and it's still not over because, I get to jump in a car and head north, and you guys get to load out and wash out and get home with a set of cattle, and it just makes it long, long, long. But you've had a week of friendship and being around people that you love to see every weekend or every month at these cattle shows, and you have the opportunity to meet new people and from your state and other states and actually sit back and maybe not do all the chores at home, but go to an event and halfway relax for a week, and that's what it's supposed to be about, folks. Kids making new friends and mom and dad relaxing a little bit, and even grandpa and grandma coming and giving you their input, because I know they're out there and they do that, and that's definitely their job. I've been in the cattle industry, the show ring, for over 50 years. I've been able to be in the show ring for 45 years, kids, and this is what I do, and this is what I love, and this is what I'm going to make a living at doing, and we as a group, it's a special group of individuals, because we don't get rich doing this. It's definitely a passion of ours and an obsession that to get up in them hot mornings or them negative wind chill factor mornings and feeding these show heifers or calving cows or breeding cows on a hot day, and it's not that we get wealthy and rich at it, but it's the love of the game, and it's just something that we just love to do, and it's been a tough year and a half for this whole world out here, and going through this this COVID, and then you throw Mother Nature in on it, and the heat and the cold and the flooding and the drought, and then we had this election last fall that just turned this country upside down. But we, as a group of farmers and ranchers and cattlemen, what we do is we put our heads down and we get up every morning and we go to work. And we just kind of have to put up with the consequences of this world. But, we do the same thing every day, and we love it. But we have that passion that we can do it. And folks, it's been quite a pleasure of mine when I got that call a year and a half ago to do last year's Junior National, and it was canceled. And I jumped at the chance to come down here to Lebanon to do this, because I've done some of these Red Angus shows, and I've done a few big ones, and the cattle are just getting better and better and better. And this breed, it doesn't matter if they're red or black or baldy or white. They're just such good cattle, and that's what y'all as breeders have done to this show ring, is brought out the best of the best. And I commend the kids, and I commend mom and dad, and I commend the breeders, and we can't forget Grandpa and Grandma behind the scenes, because, they're the kind of people that kick our tail into motion and make us do this, and boy, do we love doing this. Folks, I've had a blast. I know we've taken a little longer day than maybe I thought or you thought, and you still got some miles to drive, but folks, I have had a blast. So kids, do me one thing. When you get done, just a simple, short, sweet thank you to mom and dad, maybe a big hug to grandpa and grandma, the fitter guys behind the scenes, the hardest working guys I know. A simple thank you, a high five does wonders, kids. Without them, it would be really tough to pull this off, and such a good organization, such a good community. the Red Angus Association, the board of directors, the junior activities director. You know, I want to thank you guys for having me to do this. I've had a blast, great set of cattle. I'm going to pick you my top 5 folks. That doesn't mean any given day they'd be different, because as good as these cattle are, they should be different, folks. I'm going to give you my top 5 today. Let's give the exhibitors and breeders of these cattle a great round of applause so we can get out of here. God bless everybody. Have a safe trip home.
Thank you, Judge. Let's show our support and our appreciation for Mr. Tim Fitzgerald coming today and analyzing all of our cattle. We appreciate it. Congratulations to your grand champion female, Miss Hadley Hartman of Tecumseh, Nebraska, exhibitor number 697, coming out of Division 6. Now coming in for contention will be entry number 674, Madison Fisher. And your reserve grand champion female comes from the cow-calf pair division. Congratulations to entry number 776, Miss Hannah Taylor. Now coming in for contention is entry number 774, Cass Kleeman. And your third overall honorable mention goes to entry number 557, Paige Van Dyke. Now coming into contention from Division 4 will be entry 596, Danielle Brooks. And your fourth overall honorable mention goes to Tucker Byer, coming out of Division 5. Now coming into contention will be Laura Carpenter. And your 5th overall female goes to Madison Fisher, entry 674, coming out of Division 6. Congratulations to all of our junior exhibitors. We look forward to seeing you next year in Chickasha, Oklahoma.